And there we go. Where's my little dude? Ah, he just took a second. Hello, hello, hello. Yes, Worm, I will most likely still be on 3 hours from now, so don't worry. Might be finished with Termina by then, because we don't actually have that much left to do. So yeah, I can jump into Fungal 1 afterwards. And don't worry, Glacier didn't miss much. I got one of the endings, and I thought the Heartless one, and then it was just a bunch of yap. So yeah, there wasn't too much that you missed. But we've still got loads to do on this stream, so I'm just going to blast through it. I did a little bit offline. Alright, take care, one. I basically just got us to the point where we were last stream, killed a couple of extra contestants that were like just fodder, collected some heads, and yeah, but basically just set myself up to do the fun stuff on stream. So let me grab my controller. Oh, here we go. And just double checking everything. Yeah, we can turn off that music and we can unmute the game. Lovely. And I can close this window. And I just double check the stream. Yeah, okay, that's all good. Oh, let us jump straight in. So just a quick recap. Oh, I actually haven't listened to those songs yet. I do have them in my I've got a like need to listen playlist. I've put them in there, so it's just a case of me wanting new music and can just go into that playlist and give them a listen. So don't worry, I will get around to them. The playlist is unironically like 100 songs big though. I'm really bad when it comes to actually listening to the music I want to. But yeah, so the recap. Obviously we beat the Heartless one, so we do have Red Virtue and the Darkness, which good band. On Marco, we just haven't bothered giving him a weapon. Doesn't really need one, to be honest. Marina, we got Black Steel on her. We got the Igigetsu amulet from the museum, as well as oh yeah, gave Dan the Soul Spear, but we do have the Galian Greatsword as well. So overall, we're pretty stacked. Maybe a couple of lifetimes later, it won't take that long. Don't worry, guys. I will probably get them listened to within the week, because I listen to a lot of music. So off stream, I maxed out our Grogroth affinity. All we need to do that is just go like get the get blood sacrifice. You get that from defeating Samari. And then there's a pre-drawn Grogroth symbol at the orphanage. You can just blood sacrifice 3 times in a row and then boom, you've got it maxed out. So we can get a whole bunch of these. And I also drew a Sylvian symbol and also used this skill, which I'm not going to say the name of, because last stream I said some accidentally sus stuff, so I'm just gonna avoid mentioning that ability. But we can get a few healing stuff now. Banushka, I think I just won't be able to get any of the spells here, which is fine because we can always do that at a different playthrough. And yeah, like Levi's dead. I killed Pav, and August is dead as well. So yeah, am I good at this, Sullen? If I'm going to be completely honest, yes. This is like one of the few games I'm actually very confident in my ability at. Which is why it was really funny watching John suffer. You finished a Levi run earlier today. You felt really bad killing Samurai. Yeah, I always do too, because she is a very tragic character. And she does not deserve the life that she's had. There's so much more pitiful scrunched up in that train car. Yeah. When you have Marina on your party, I suppose I can have that, and you fight her while on the train cart, she will just freak out, and then she'll be like, Marina, I love you. And obviously Marina just doesn't even know who the hell Samurai is. I suppose I also can have that. And then Black Orb. I want to give Black Orb to Darn, I think. Yeah. Black Smog is insanely good as well. So let's take Hurting. Let's give it to, I guess we'll give it to Marco, just so he's got some otherworldly damage output. Black Smog is absolutely going on Osa. And then, yeah, that's all we'll need to do for the time being. We can get some more soul stones to fill out the rest, but Black Orb was the important thing because we're going to be fighting another little hidden thing. Gonna get the opportunity to do that. You left Marina in the mansion, but already got the Bobby in the bookstore. Yeah, I will. Yeah, I can never remember like all of the ways to recruit Marina. Where do we want to go? So from here, I think the quickest way to put in some levels is probably from the train running up to the church. So let's do that. And yeah, there's dead Pav. I love him, but I just had to kill him. And there's dead Olivia. We ignore her. So I'm trying to think what contestants we actually have left. Let me do a head count. So we've killed Hanukkah, we've killed Olivia, we've killed Pav, we've killed Samurai, we've killed Levi, we've killed Abella, we've killed August. That's 7 of them. We need to kill, I think all we need to kill now is, yeah, we've killed Karen. We need to kill, I think it's just Caligura. And then the remainder ones are our party. I hope I'm not missing anyone. I think that's everyone. And yeah, we want to kill everybody. That's my goal of this stream. Obviously, we need to do that anyway, just for 2 of the endings. But I specifically want to also just pretty much kill every single enemy we can. So Yeah, let's do that. It's only the bookstore and the Weeping Scope, and you're playing as Levi. Oh, yeah, I forgot about like the Weeping Scope encounter. Mainly because I usually just recruit Levi as early as possible and then just let him die. But I think my next playthrough I might have to do a Levi run. I mean, guys, I don't know if you're like super familiar with Fear and Hunger YouTubers. I had Dark Raccoon join the stream yesterday, which is kind of crazy actually. Um, and I was like bringing up challenge runs to do, and he made a very good suggestion of doing like a gun only Levi run, which I've never like beaten the game as Levi, and I never use firearms, so I think that would be a fun thing to do on stream. So we can look forward to that. And just want to make sure everyone's got the right equipment. Yeah, this should be fine. Seeing him in chats more than you've beaten the game. Oh, I was just really surprised because obviously I'm a new streamer and I was just, yeah, not expecting one of the bigger Fear and Hunger YouTubers just to show up. But yeah, it was cool. So, oh, that's actually a good point. Hold on. Oh yeah, we can sacrifice all these heads as well. Just to see how many soul stones we actually have now, and I'll check something else. No, is in items. Hold on. We've got 11. I believe that's enough. I did also collect these rust-colored pearls off stream, just so I didn't have to do just a whole bunch of like running around on stream and waste everyone's time. If you haven't been aware, you're also quite prolific in the Fear and Hunger chats. See, I most of my Fear and Hunger content that like I consume is either just me playing the game myself or like YouTube videos. So I don't actually go into people's chats super often. But I probably should because I like to yap. Yeah, I mean, we should be good just to go for this. So, first, I'm going to use this portrait. Say hello to the radiant, or the radiating one. That's me today, because it's boiling hot still in the UK. And yeah, it is enough. Brilliant. So, obviously, getting another Leechmonger ring, really nice. However, I want to take the Mauler. I think it's really cool. And this whole run's been sort of me showing off weapons and such. So let's give the Mauler to Dan, I think. And yeah, Marco probably is just better off like just on his own. No additional weapons or anything like that. So now we will use the Dead Crow. Is he Raccoon, Frapolo, Mythonix, and Bones Jones? The big four. It's I've seen Mythonix is like streaming again, like Fear and Hunger stuff. and obviously he still does like the lore videos. Is for Prolo still like part of the Fear and Hunger crowd? Because I feel like I haven't seen one of his videos pop up in my feed in a while. Which, to be fair, I mean, he mainly did like challenge runs, and he kind of beat everything. Also, yeah, the tormented one. You could say this is a secret boss, but like, I mean, the dead bird is just in the middle of the city. And so most people do end up encountering him anyway. Good old Chamber. I don't want to create any problems with the summoning. And it does not work. It's not as prevalent as it used to be. Yeah. It will not be able to escape the depths that easy. True. I mean, once like the next Termina update comes out, I imagine like all of the manga YouTubers will just come out of the woodwork and make tons and tons of content. Because there will just be tons and tons of content to get through. Okay, so I will be completely honest, I don't remember how good Rot is against Shamura. So I'm just gonna guard and we're just gonna torso spam. This shouldn't be that much of an issue. So go on Marina, and Black Orb might be best. But let's show off the Mauler doing his thing. That's a nice crit. Also, I just didn't heal anyone beforehand. Something's happening to the tormented one. He has these weird tentacle chains, which I find really cool. It's neat that they didn't just rehash the same fight from the first game. Like there is a bit more substance to it. It's a shame he doesn't have that much HP. But he's down. We can search him, nothing. We can beat him. Feel sturdy even after his seeming death. Blood seeps from the exposed flesh with each kick. Medical diagnosis. The flayed exterior of this man has all the muscles and veins exposed, yet the tormented one didn't seem to care about it, nor did it affect his performance. There isn't a scientific explanation for this. The body, despite lacking skin, is in a top condition. The body has next to no weaknesses apart from small vulnerability against fire. Use necromancy? I'm not going to do that. I'll saw off his head though. Not one to be a hater, but you're not a fan of this little Easter egg. I mean, there, because absolutely they could have had literally any like new god, but I think Mirror just wanted to like key jangle a little bit and be like, guys, remember? Which I like. I'm not gonna turn around and be like, it's unoriginal. I just like it. And it's interesting to think that, like, with that, it implies that the old gods can still have a bit of say outside of just being in the hall. Unless it's like a completely different tormented one, which it's just a little bit out of place too. Yeah, I mean, I see that. What am I doing? Okay, so since we've now beaten that, we can actually get another unique skill. I'm going to check to see if the bellends have fixed themselves up this way. And that's what the enemies are called. I'm not being rude. I make this joke every time. Yeah, also Nashara doesn't say anything. Yeah, that's a little bit weird. There's definitely a lot of situations where I feel like Nashara should say more. And there's also a lot of situations where I feel like mind reading should have a bit more use. I already really like the flavor dialogue you get from just any sort of enemy that you can mind read, or any contestant, but I feel like mind reading in combat or with like these unique encounters would just add so much more. And also, yeah, he's still just stuck there, so we'll ignore them. Altar of the One God. Hey Caleb, can I... No. I was gonna say, can I cut off his head? So, I need to rack my brain and think, is Caligura moon-scorched at this point? It might be... he definitely moon-scorches on day 2, I just don't remember if it's like immediately, or if you need to get like further into day 2. I might Google that in a second. But first, Chains of Torment. It's not that good, but I like it. I'm gonna give it to Dan. Since I guess he's just my dedicated like spell guy now. Yeah, I like Chains of Torment. I think it's fun. Let's give the +1 attack to Osa. And let's give the +1 attack to Osa. And we could get the inverse Crown of Thorns. I'm not doing that. But let's get Loving Whispers. I suppose it doesn't really matter who has pheromones. Give it to Marina. And Loving Whispers, we can give that to... Again, we can give it to Marina. Or give it to Osa. No, give it to Marina, because by the time we are just Osa on his own, if we need to heal, we'll just be using our items. Magic defense, we give that to Osa as well. And healing whispers, likewise, just give it to Marina. There we go. Okay, now we literally just have infinite healing. We can do that, just fully heal everyone up, and we can also, with Dan being on our party, we can just go back to the bop and fully regen all of our mind. So to say that just the combination of having Dan and someone with Loving Whispers is weak would be just a bold-faced lie. It is so strong. It is crazy good. And I didn't take a drink. What happens when I get caught up yapping? Also, yeah, just ignore the fact that Levi is just dead at the piano. He played the wrong note. Yeah, I could use a drink, Dan. Give me a cosmopolitan. Thank you, thank you. Okay. And yeah, let's re-grab Dan. And obviously, if you had Henrique saved, bring him to the bop, you just get infinite hunger regen as well. So there's really not a single stat that you will be lacking on by the time you unlock the bop. So yeah, pardon me, I'm just gonna quickly check. To see when Caligura moon scorches. Okay, it'll be day 2 night, so yeah. All we need to do now is just go around killing everything, because I feel like it. I don't know if there's too many enemies actually left. There'll be loads in the sewers. I'll tell you what I'll do actually. Since like time progression now doesn't actually matter that much. We'll just grab everyone. I'll sleep in the bop, make a save, and then I'll sleep again to make it nighttime and make that a separate save. That way we can obviously just do... Oh, so why, like, aura farming on the bed? Also, I can double check to see if I've missed anyone, which I haven't. Brilliant. It's just Caligura that we need. 5 of you remain. Percolate. I just want to save my game. And we leave. And I will finally engrave. Marco can have Grogroth for that extra attack. Pretty sure that's what Grogroth is. I'm giving him it anyway. The floating was not necessary. I'm not crazy. That's the only time he actually like floats there. Like, doesn't he just sleep normally in any other bed? But we're gonna give Dan the Venushka symbol, because I'm pretty sure this one gives magic attack. So given the way we've built up Dan to be the magic guy, he can have that. So there we go. Everyone's engraved, looking very, very cool. And let's also give Smelter Key Smelter Key? Yeah, Smelter Key. Check. I want to keep the beheaded wizard. I'm just giving him a Smelter Key just for the sake of things. Maybe we give him let's give him the Bethelstone actually over the key. As cool as the key is, it's not actually that good. And everyone else is absolutely fine, so we'll just rest again. Maybe the euphoria of the top bunk amplifies the lance magic. Maybe. I mean, if dancing can make him stronger, heck, why can't being on the top bunk? Just save my game. I'll make this a separate save now. 14 and no more. Splendid. The time is running. Do not lull yourself to comfort. You have a job to do. You stood at the base of the moon tower to proceed. You know what to do. Alright. So now we can murder everything. And before I do, I will also just check one more thing. I'm pretty sure I already know the answer, but I just want to confirm before I waste any time. I just go to the wiki and check this character. Yeah, okay, so I was right in my thoughts. I will be vague posting with that one, so. Hello, Flash. Hope you're doing okay. Good to see you again. I think I've barely explored the sewers actually, so there's oh well. There's probably going to be like a good amount of enemies down here to get. Did I take out like all of the moon scorched here? Yes, okay. Thank God. I did not want to just sit here for the next 20 minutes just taking out all of them. Not that it would be an issue. It would just be time wasted. But I suppose it's good that we didn't kill any of the neighbors down here because now that Caligura should be moon scorched, as we just come around cleaning up the place, he should just show up. So yeah, congrats on the 20 followers. Thank you. When can we start subbing? I don't know. I think it's when I get affiliate, which 25 followers and some other like random stats. Let me just quickly check. It's 25 followers. I just need to get... Okay, so literally all I need to do is just get 25 followers, and then after this stream, as long as my viewer count stays above an average of 3, that should be all the requirements already met. So soon, Flash, soon. But I don't expect anyone to be subbing. I'm just here for the fun of it. Because I like playing games I like. And I like showing people cool things in these games. And just keeping the chat company. I forget if Caligura can just spawn, like, in any body of water, or if it's, like, only certain ones. Let's, I'll tell you what. Okay, I've already killed the dogs here. Have I fought the bee boy? I don't think I have. That's, Oh, I also just haven't looted this area. I've killed everything, but I just didn't loot it. That is the second double tails that I've got where I went heads. Grrr. What's the goal for this stream? So we're going to be getting the last 2 endings, and I'm going to be taking out the remainder of the enemies and like secret-ish encounters. So there'll be a certain rematch, which I'm looking forward to, and there will also be I think all we got left is just taking out like the centaur. Also, I'm gonna go this way. I know which way to go. I know what I'm doing. Um, and then yeah, if we get all of that sorted and done, I'll probably start up a Fear and Hunger 1 playthrough. Doing the exact same type of thing, just uncovering secrets, showing off cool mechanics that people don't really know about. I've made a little Word document or notepad, which will have like just a slight guide for me to show off just some cool stuff. Obviously, a lot of people know a majority of the stuff that I will show, but it's just cool to sort of do a niche playthrough. One of the big things that I'm going to be doing for the Fungal One playthrough is I'm going to have a very interesting party composition. My plan is to become a full marriage and show off one of the cool weapons that the like double marriage can actually use. We're gonna have the guard on our team. We're gonna get him just right off the gate. I'll literally speed run him and show exactly how you do it. And we will also have Nashara because he's really cool and it's probably the most, well, no, I would say he's probably the second most secret recruitable character in the first game. And then the final slot, I'm gonna keep a secret. The final one is one that you just never see anyone use. Hello rats, hello, hello rats, hello, hello rats, hello. Where do these rats go? Just in here. Oh, master, you understand us. This is incredible. It reeks here. We hear people think we vermin like it down here. Not true. But at least there's no murderous humans here. We stole these from some humans. Take them. You might need them more than we do. Oh my god, shotgun shells. Only 4 more followers left. Mm-hmm. They will come in time, I'm sure. I mean, the fact that I've only, like, started streaming in the past, like, 2 weeks, and I've already hit 21 followers. Am I 20? 20? 21? I don't even know what I'm on anymore. It's kind of mental, can't lie. So I very much appreciate all the support. Oh, Marco, that was a meaty hit right there. Small key. I feel like it's like around the water here that I usually end up encountering Caligura. Oh my god, over 1,000 damage just from a single one of those. Oh, Osa, my beloved. How I love how strong you are. So yeah, Caligura should be just lurking. Lurking in the waste of the sewers. I don't know if there's like specific trigger points to get him to show up. Nice. And I might be in the wrong area. It's honestly, it's been a hot minute since I fought the Caligura Moonscorch. I think the last time might have actually been my Masochist playthrough. Here he is. So if we just run back and forth, he'll probably just jump out in a second. Come on, buddy. And we're fine, stat-wise. Here he is. I'm not saying it. Is that the best you got? The best? Just have a taste of this. Okay. Okay, buddy. I never remember how much health monster has. So let's just torso spam. And depending on our crits, you might just be dead. I mean, that's a crit right there. That's a crit right there. He vomits. We are so cracked. We got the decrepit soul. And don't worry, we have 18 white vials. We can easily just unpoison everyone. So now, this is the fun part. We are going to face off against 2 enemies. I will show off these fights. Nah, let's make it 3. No, let's make it 2 for the moment. I'm gonna let me pause while I explain. I'm gonna fight the centaur, because no one ever actually beats the centaur, and I just want to show that we are really strong. So we can probably like beat the centaur in 1 or 2 turns. So I will show off that. And the other one that I want to face off against will be a Poe. And the Poe aren't actually like that dangerous, to be honest. I believe we should be able to just take out Poe in a single turn. So enough stalling. Where is the closest Poe? That'll probably be... If we come out this way... we can go to that one house in like the outskirts that has the radio. We can fight the Poe there. Stuff him back into the lamp. That's going to be the plan. And I believe, because the only way you can do damage to the Poe is like otherworldly attacks. They're just completely immune to physical damage. I believe Red Virtue will do damage to it because it's like half and half damage output. So Osa should still be able to do a good little chunk. Something sticks in my mind that unarmed attacks actually do work as well. So I'm just gonna punch him with Marco. And then Dan will be the one to do the big attack. So, here we go. You, is he not gonna spawn? Well, this is awkward. Alright, well, if that one doesn't want to spawn, the one in Dr. Keffer's place is almost definitely going to be available, so let's just go over there. And I did realize after last stream that there is still one talking board spot that we didn't really look at. I'm probably not going to backtrack all the way to the orphanage just to show it off. All it does is give you a Ring of Wraiths, which, great item. Really good. Just in the basement, if you use it there, you can get a Ring of Wraith. For me personally, it's just not going to be worth it. I've already got one. I don't need to have one equipped. I've got really good accessories already. So, yeah. And I didn't go out of my way to get that one anyway, because it's not a unique item. The Molded Doll and the Smelter Key, on the other hand, very unique. So, yeah, in terms of the talking board, the cool items I've already done. I don't think there's many other items that I can really show off. Yeah, no, so... Well, it's really just encounters that I'm showing off now. I think pretty much most enemies are dead. There's probably just like a rogue, half cocoon, why am I coming in here? Like a rogue half cocoon somewhere, and there's probably also a few neighbors in the sewers, but we've killed a majority of them. Also, I know I'm going like the longest way around, but I just wanted to check that I've actually defeated all the Bellends in this area as well, which, yeah, I have. Remember Needles? Remember when he was in this game for about 10 seconds before I obliterated him? Those were the good old days. I love the ASMR of the department store screams. Hello, goodbye. Okay, so is the Poe down here, like, actually spawned? Or going to spawn? No. Where's the Poe that I've got spawned? I know I've got one somewhere. Where? Oh my god. Come on, Ava, go into your mind palace and think. Tell you what. We will postpone fighting a Poe. Yeah, don't worry, Kefa, we didn't do anything weird. Hi, Selen, welcome back. Maybe the last one was down in the church? Maybe... yeah, maybe. I'll do a big, like, loop around. And yes, Selen, I am winning. We have defeated all of the contestants. Pretty much every enemy's down, so I'm just going to take on... We've got 3 somewhat unique encounters to do, and then the 2 endings, which we can do in like the next 10-20 minutes. And we are very strong, so we will not have any issues with this little mini gauntlet that I'm running. Oh, a meat mallet. Nice. Yoink. Oh, chat, how embarrassing would it be if I just stepped on a landmine? God, that would be awkward. Now, if I was like a clip farmer, I would just purposely step on one right now, but no. No, I might accidentally step on one, because visual clarity is not the best when it's nighttime. No, I forget. Does the beehive spawn just on a number of like passes? Or is it like after a certain day? Because we haven't fought a beehive yet. I'll leave it. I'll leave it. So, let's just make our way to the centaur. And while I'm going down to the centaur, I'll try and think where the Poe is. Because, yeah, it could be the one in the church. I'm not falling for that trap again. I'm just trying to think where all the radios are. Also, after we beat the centaur, I'll actually show a little secret route, a little shortcut in this this forest area that I'm going to be honest, I did not know of until like very recently. Darn is weak from hunger. Darn. Have a pie. And hey, Marina, have a mushroom stew. And you know what, Marco, you can also have a stew. I saw you eyeing up that stew. I don't want you feeling left out. Let's grab this ladder. And let's go fight the centaur. So. Oh, friend. I'm surprised I missed this one. The cool thing about the centaur is there's a reason people always avoid it, and that's because it has a lot of attacks and it does a lot of damage and it can stun lock. So to say it's an annoying fight is a severe understatement. But I'm going to show you how easy it is to absolutely obliterate it. I'm also a little bit lost. Nah, I know exactly. Why did I never pick up this blue root? I'll tell you why, because I haven't activated the teleelectroscope on this save. Alright, here we go. Please just let me pass. No reaction. By the way, easily one of the most messed up enemy designs. If theorizing is right, a marriage between a man and a horse, that's not cool. So for the centaur, this is not actually that hard of a fight. All you have to do is just, like, I believe if you go for the two heads, you can pretty much get the kill. The heads don't have that much, like, physical evasion, and magical evasion they also don't really have. So if we go for this head first, and yeah, just go, everyone go there, and let's get Dan to Black Orb the other head. So we got one hit there, got another hit there, another hit there. That's one of the heads gone. There we go, the Stampede. This is the dangerous attack. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. But we should be fine. Yeah, vomit all you want. And there you go. So that's effectively turn 1 beaten. Obviously we had the extra attack, so it was 2 turns worth, but that's the Centaur. And we aren't really that worried after the fact, because we can just do a Healing Whispers and everyone is pretty much back to normal. Now, the best thing to do with that fight is just avoid it. It's literally never worth doing, because it's just that dangerous. But it's cool just to show off that if you really were stubborn and you wanted to fight it, it is surprisingly easy. As long as you've got the damage output, you can very quickly take it down. So, yeah. Next up, I'll show you that little shortcut I mentioned here. I'll say hi to this frog as well. What does this frog have to say? What? What do you want? You expect me to bow down to you? Frogs bow to no man. Imagine having like a, you know, literally an ability to talk to animals, and all the animals were just really rude to you. Like, that would suck. If you have Olivia's skill of, I forget what it's called, like overgrown terrain or something like that. What is it called? Undergrowth awareness. Come over here. You can come through to this bit. There are like a few nettles and daggers here, I'm pretty sure, maybe a herb or two. And if you navigate your way through the trees, we're back at Tunnel 7. Now, you can't go back through. It is a one-way trip, but it's a nice shortcut if you just wanted to get back to the train or Prehevil a little bit quicker. Obviously the ladder exists, so it's really kind of redundant, but it's cool that it's there. But we will now go back to the train. And I think I might know exactly where the Poe is. I think it's in the warehouse in like the western side of Prehevil. So if that's the case, actually, the quickest way to get there would be this way. Let's max out our mind first, though. I think I finally remembered where I left it, because that is definitely one of the encounter spots. So we'll go up there, and then I'll show how easy the Poes are to deal with. But likewise with the Centaur, they just pose a risk, and there's not really like a reason to fight them. You don't get anything out of it, aside from, I guess, getting rid of the danger of a Poe being there. Right, come on, Marco. And Marina. And Dan, Give me a milk. I'd prefer if you didn't shake my milk around like that. I suppose I could call that a milkshake. Yeah, that was bad. Boo. Boo, Aether, boo. Right, there we go. And because we've just got like a ridiculous amount of beer, we could just put it all into Dan. Loving whispers yourself. And let us now... Oh, would it be quicker to go from the bop? It might be, actually. Can I explain why they have red stuff around their eyes? Yes. So, our favourite little lady, Marina, over here, can engrave people. It's just one of her passive skills that she has as a recruit. And what that allows you to do is carve a symbol of the god. Hello, Maxim Luca. Allows you to carve a symbol of a god, and each god gives a different, just permanent stat buff. So, for instance, on Marina, I've given her the God of Fear and Hunger sigil, which gives her a +5 to her agility. So, if we see here, like, she's got no agility boosting things, and she's got 16 agility. The one that I've got on Marco, I believe, is a attack boost, and the one that I've got on Dan is a magic attack boost. So, yeah. And there's no downside to it, apart from the fact that you just can't change them once you've done an engraving. So it's pretty much always worth just putting one on someone. And if you never know which one to do, I mean, just agility is pretty good. That's why I've also got it on Osa. So, there you go. No problem. So yeah, if we go down here, we should be... Yeah. I think I know. I think I know where I'm going. Bye, Quan. Bye, Quan. Am I one of those guys who knows the game inside out? Yes. There's still a lot of gaps in my knowledge. But I like to think that I know mostly what I'm doing. It's not the news agency that we go through, or is it? No, it's like further down here, I think, maybe. This is a place that's a gap in my knowledge. I, for some reason, can just never remember how to get where on the western side of Prehevil. Avoid the mines. Okay, it should be in here that the Poe is. Or maybe not. You know what, chat? I don't know what's happened with the Poes. They've just disappeared. I know what I'm doing. Force and dust bite. Well, we don't talk about that from last stream. Am I lost? I'm not lost. It's exactly where I wanted to go. So, just so I don't seem absolutely insane right now, I'm currently just looking for a certain enemy that randomly spawns in some set locations after you trigger a certain event, which I have done. And like, no one ever actually fights the enemy, but I just wanted to show off, like, oh, this is how you beat it if you did want to fight it. But now I can't find it. And this was the last place I remember seeing it, but I think it's just despawned, so now... now I don't... whatever. Let's go fight the final boss. So we're going to begin ending C first. And this is probably the most messed up ending. It's really weird. Only watch big channels who play this. Want to find more streamers, but there aren't that many. Yeah, like I actually checked this morning to see if there was anyone playing Funga, and there wasn't a single person live. It was like actually 0 viewers. And I was like, what on earth? To be fair, I think that's just because there's been like a slight lull in content, just because we're all just waiting for the next update. But once that drops, oh boy. So, from here, if we just go right, that'll be the quickest way. And I will make a save right outside the tower as well. Just for convenience sake, we do have a spare book. My snake PNG is charming, thank you. I drew him myself. And it took like 10 seconds. That was the only one when you checked. Damn. The only Funga player ever. Am I in the Funga fandom? I would say... I guess? I don't really interact with, like, online circles too much. I would probably say yes, though, because I mean, I draw fan art of the game. I stream it. I cosplay it, so... If that doesn't make me part of the fandom, I don't know what does. Alright. So, here. Oh, also. No flavor text on the centaur head. Just in case you're curious. But let's use our last Book of Enlightenment. And we will make another separate save. So productive. I know. I oftentimes, like when I get into something, especially like a game, movie, series, I will just like hyper focus on that for like months. And Funga has been way longer than months at this point. It's been something that I've just been like latched onto for ages. So it's nice being able to stream it and like just be really autistic about it. So, Marina, I know you say don't touch it, but sorry, sweetheart. I'm gonna touch it. Dan is probably the coolest one to have here. He's the main reason why I kind of wanted to bring him to the tower. He says, "What are you saying?" I didn't say anything. My head. This is the only way to get answers? Fine. I accept your proposal.
Yeah. Hello there.
Dan turns into Pocket Cat, which is crazy. And there is a secret I alluded to in a previous stream when we we're going through the Golden Gates with Pocket Cat's room. And now that we've done the thing with Dan, we can go back there and show a change. I'll probably do that a little bit later, but I'll get an ending now. You do the same and do it for years. Yeah. So unique. Wish you could get it. The same more would be politics, I guess. Fair. Sorry, Pokecat, I'm skipping your dialogue. What am I doing? I've got this weird sense of deja vu from from the most random of things. Like, please do stop me if you've heard this before. There is an ominous moon staring down on us. This term, Termina, thrown around awfully a lot. The accidental inclusion of Bremen Army to all of this, the 3-day time limit, and did you get to see those lovely owl cultist chaps yet? It's all just so familiar? Right. I'm so glad to have met you. There is some serious brain leakage going on between the two of us. That has led me to think how myths and legends are born in the first place. Everyone knows the classics that originate from mere fairy tales told to children before their bedtime. I would be one to know them better than many. If you catch my drift, my dear friend. Time took those tales and kept telling them again and again. Like a good broken telephone, the stories took new forms depending on who was telling them. The living pictures we see on the silver screen... Oh no, I misspoke. The silver screen would barely be recognizable to the sweet little children folk who first heard the tales hundreds of years ago, told by their mothers. It's a wild ride, to be sure. What do you think will happen to modern tales crafted straight to the silver screen in this day and age? Are there plans to update only the second game? Yeah, I believe so. I think Miro's pretty much just left the first game as it is. Which, I mean, fair enough. I'd rather him put his full attention on Termina. I don't know, he's got ideas for a third game, but again, I think he's just solely working on like this next Termina update, which soon, hopefully soon. We're gonna be waiting so long. It's a wild ride for sure. I already read that. Are we going to take elements from those stories and keep honing them to perfection as well? Let the good old broken telephone keep the good bits, while we selfishly craft new meat around them. Are we going to see this ill-tempered, rightly so, pale old moon threat mankind time and time again with these strict 3-day limit? Are we going to dress into these silly masks and act the parts meant for the people that came before us? What do you reckon, love? You read his mind. I did it. I dropped the L-bomb. What a rush. I'd tap my back if my tapping hand wasn't so deep in my pocket. Maybe you can do it in my stead, you little eavesdropper. Or you rather dig into my pocket while I tap myself. I jest. Don't worry. We both share the same gift for eavesdropping. Let us get back to our subject. I genuinely don't know myself. Only wish for no crashes in the first game. To be fair, I've done loads of playthroughs of the first game, and I think I've only had it crash once. So, at least from my experience, it is in a very stable position and place, but it's just still riddled with bugs and exploits. And the fact that dev spots are readily available is really stupid. So, you know, it is what it is. I'm sure there's mods out there that probably just iron out all the issues with the first game. Well, Pocket Cat, to answer your question, there will always be someone to rip off popular stories. It's food for thought, that's for sure. so Pocket Cat. If I remember correctly, I think just torso spamming is the easiest thing to do here, so well, let's just do exactly that. Our damage output is really good. Oh, behave. He's sizing us up, and we feel dirty. Pocket Cat, you perv! Leave me alone! Remember the video about it? Not sure if it's better. Oh no, you're sure that it's better now. Yeah. Well, I'll be playing through the first game shortly anyway. Probably get everything that we want finished in like an hour or so here. We've got quite a pickle here. You see, my master has made it very, very, very clear that I shall not let my dirty little paws affect the course of events during the festival. But what does a gentleman do without a adrenaline rush of excitement? I cannot just stand here idle, now can I, old sport? So, I came up with the most perfect solution. If you tell me what to do, I'm just following your wishes, right? Right? So tell me, which of them would you rather me remove? Don't worry, my touch is gentle yet firm. Go for my leg. Leg it is. Your wish is my command. Went for Marco. Yeah, fair enough. These two games are unique in their own ways, so it'd be nice to support both of them. Absolutely. I mean, I'm so glad that both of the games have sort of started to hit a more like mainstream like audience, because the amount of effort and work put into them is crazy. And also, yeah, here we go. We got Marco next. Are you okay, Marco? Oh, I'm fine. It doesn't sound very convincing. Guilt. Guilt! He's shaking his head. It doesn't seem very receptive at the moment. Please don't do this. Luckily, Marco's very, very easy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to guard here. Marina, just attack. Because we have meditation as Ursa, we can just guard and get that double rev. Breaking my bones right before we fight the final boss is really annoying. I believe... Is the method here to go for his head? I think it might be. Because doesn't his head just have like no evasion whatsoever? Or like, at the very least, like very little. Yeah. Can't figure out what Moonscorch Marco is supposed to resemble. I'm not sure. Because obviously, like, so here's my very surface level analysis of the design. Obviously, he's big, hulking, really muscular. That makes sense. And the like stitches, I'm assuming, tie into the fact that he killed someone during his boxing match in his history. And you know, he's racked with guilt, hence why he literally just goes guilt, guilt, guilt. So this being a manifestation of how he sees himself as just a hulking monster with these reminders of his first kill in the boxing ring, and the fact that he's just got a person just permanently in a chokehold. Yeah. Is that I think like the crux of it is just he sees himself as a monster, therefore he's a monster. Can you say the name of the channel you watch so you can stop dancing around it and you understand how you know so much? Yeah, go ahead. I probably will know who it is that you like to watch. I don't remember how much health the head has. Not that much at all. Oh, there we go. Tainted soul. This is Rare's power. Stay away from the tower. Marina, I'm so sorry. He tells you must die. Who was telling you this? Him, he wants you dead. You don't have to listen to him. Go. She's breathing heavily. That's guard. Super Eyewatch. Oh, yeah. I know him. I actually haven't watched his Funga videos though. I think I've seen a couple of his videos. Just because, like, you know, videos on just random games I'm always going to end up watching. But yes, I am very familiar. With the cocoon, I think you just torso spam. I don't think she's got much health. So that, and then do it again. Loving whispers on yourself. That's fine, that's fine. Also, a very rare instance where you actually get to fight the cocoon, because uh-oh. Because if you didn't know, the normal Moonscorch encounter with Marina is glitched, so she just insta-dies. I think. Or if you run from her, she just instant dies. Point being, there's a bug with the normal encounter. So this way you can do the full fight just normally without having to worry about that. And we could saw off everyone's heads. Not really any point in doing it, but we can do it. Oh no, we're lacking it a little bit, mind. Let's just top ourselves off. Up, top ourselves up. That was a bad Freudian slip. And we've got, yeah, some condensed nettles, we've got some hemlock. I'm just going to put this into this, methinks. And give me a goulash. And I forget if the buffs last between screens that I'm doing here, but we're gonna do some heroin. Which mod am I using so I can stream this and don't see any black bars? Yeah, so I've got a I forget who it's by, but it is just like immersive sensor mod on Nexus or Vortex, whatever it's called now. So I've got the same on Funga 1. Instead of just having the black bars, it will just have a bit more of a more blended bit of censoring, just removing genitalia, covering it up, or just putting like a Gaussian blur over stuff. And I much prefer it over the just black bar. And it saves me from getting into trouble with Twitch. Yeah, it is way better. And don't worry, Selen, heroin's good in this game. Gonna make some food real quick. No worries, Flash. Well, that's a good point, everyone. Make sure you're hydrated. I'm gonna have some water. Posture check as well. I don't want anyone turning into a shrimp on me. And stretch your legs as well. Alright, here we are. The first final boss. Ah, there you finally... Oh, no, I'm reading this entirely wrong. Ah, you are finally here. Percolo greets you in a monotonous voice, your voice echoing from the beheaded wizard. This should be good. Congratulations on... sorry. Congratulations of the highest degree. I bow to your talents. You are the last survivor of the 14. You managed to excel where the others have failed. It truly is a remarkable feat, a Herculean task, even. You are the champion of Termina, the festival to end all festivals. Where's my reward? Yes. As promised, you are entitled to the grand prize. You're not sure if Percolo is talking about prize or price here. A peak to grandeur and a chance to reach for the illustrious heights. What does that even mean? I think explanations are finally in order. The moon god rare is gone. I apologize for such a unpoetic manner of speech, but what you see in the sky is just a barren stone floating slowly in the space. The festival of Termina is Rare's doing, that much is true, yes, but those powers are but faint traces left from its existence. Isn't Berkeley some sort of insult and finish? I don't know. I'm unaware if it is. Yeah, this is where I'm just saying some slur in Finnish by saying his name out loud. It's a shame there'll never be a PlayStation/Switch port. Yeah, I mean, you very rarely get that with indie games. Just because there's a lot more hassle to make ports, and then whether or not it'll actually be, like, profit-wise worth it. I think Mirror's probably going to get into the point where Funga's big enough to have a successful, like, console port, but whether or not he would want to take on, like, a team to make a port or not, I don't know. Probably not. Rare, much like the other old gods, left this world a long time ago. You might still be able to harness some of the powers, but like the festival, it is just a faint voice from the past that grants you those gifts. Maybe that is evidence of their true strength, that even in their absence, and in some cases death, their powers still linger in the world. But without the consciousness behind these powers, their traces are nothing more than any other force of nature. That force is not here, is not there to help you, to harm you, or to be worshipped by you. It just exists. That leads me to you. Humans, the common people desperately putting their faith on these obsolete powers, that they are ultimately alone in this world. There is no one looking after you if you were to return to that world. No one looking after you but plenty of forces ready to exploit you down to the bone. The world where you came from, where you were driven, where they want you and when they want you. You are just another pawn in the greater scheme of things, just another fool led by the so-called new gods, who are nothing more than dirty little sinners, just like yourself. The only difference being that they devoured their way to the top of the pyramid before anyone else, or anyone else had the chance. What do you call the starvation and poverty the world has faced? Horrible occurrences in history that were inevitable bumps on the path of progress? What would you call the last two great wars where hundreds of thousands, no, millions perished? Signalis and Crow Country got it, but they aren't that big and as disturbing. Still on PP everywhere. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah. Because it's quite a graphic game, I can imagine just there'll be that struggle porting it, or like getting the license to port. Signalis is a game I've got on my wishlist that I really need to play. I'm completely spoiler free, I know nothing about it. I just saw cool isometric Resident Evil type survival horror, and I will most likely play it at some point. Probably stream it, actually. Do a blind playthrough on stream. But they are but part of the greater scheme. The sinners just pulling their strings from the grand hall they reside in to further establish their position. That is vile, if you ask me. I trust such power to no man. Do you? Maybe what they said about absolute power really is the absolute truth. Maybe order and peace truly are just a distant utopia. That is why we have chosen chaos. What you have gone through since your destined arrival on that fated day, it would seem that you are no stranger to chaos. One could even argue you revel in it whenever possible. My master certainly is pleased of what he has seen. A peak to grandeur and a chance to reach for illustrious heights. They are the gift only offered to select few, those who possess the right traits. If you want to continue on this path of chaos, as the champion of Termina, you are given the privilege to join us as equals. So, what do you say? Join us, or return to the world where you came from as nothing more than a side note in untold history? This little bit of dialogue in this option is only available if you reach this point before day 3. This is what leads to ending C. So we will join Percolate. Well, isn't that glorious? You have chosen well. However, one last tribulation lies before you. All the souls you sent to our master, now boiling in the presence of his never-ending hatred. To finish your transformation, I need to send you to his sulfuric cage. You have faced death head-on. The only thing missing is facing death of yourself. But do not fret. It is like the summer and the winter at the same time. Scorching sun burning your skin, while the long tendrils of the cold freeze you from within, inside out. When you rise back from those dark pits, only then will you be a true representative of the cult of sulfur. The empty, man-made morals, that hollow weight stirring deep inside you, all carved out. You will finally know what it means to be truly free. So, as equals, we face. I can't wait to tear you to shreds. Do not die too soon, or the ritual will go to waste. I absolutely adore this little plot twist. You know, you spend the whole game and even an entire ending thinking that Percolate is a true, devout follower of Rare. You know, similar to Pocket Cat, similar to the Lady of the Moon in the first game. However, no. And actually, the face paint, I guess, makes the most sense. The fact that he is actually a sulfur cultist. And given the amount of chaos that they've managed to harness through the Festival of Termina, I mean, it makes perfect sense. And with the Rare Realms seemingly being controlled, or at least overcome by sulfur influence, like the pieces just, you can put them together before you even do this ending. But still, a very cool reveal, and it's just one of those things where it's like there's layers upon layers of every single character, every single detail of the plot that just makes this game so much cooler. Who's my favorite character in terms of looks? Not in the weird way. I would probably say, that's a great question. I think Rancid the Sergal is insanely cool. I think Marina has a really cute design. I absolutely adore her design. I think Osa is one of the drippiest characters in all of horror. And I also think Percolate is actually dope. So it'll probably be a toss-up between those four when it comes to just pure looks. And then obviously it's just compounded with those lot, with how cool their characters are as well. And actually, I really like Karen's Moonscorch. The Valkyrie, pretty sure that's what it's called. I think that one just looks so cool. It's just awesome. Dysmorphia is also a Moonscorch I love the design of. Looks, it has to be the hardest for you if it counts. Yeah, honestly, Flash is a completely valid option. She's probably in like, if I had to put a fifth in the mix, it might be Heartless. I mean, she's just really, really cool. I'm a sucker for just really cool female designs. Because there's not nearly enough. You really like Marina as well? My man. Hell yeah. Such a beautiful blend of pale red and sickly green, drenched in cold hues of blue. The time for words have come and gone. Show me violence. I thought I won the festival. You did. Congratulations for that. Just get past me, and you will receive the heavenly gifts you yearn. Yeah. What's the name of the girl in her story? What in Marina's? Samari? Samari? I actually don't know the pronunciation. I always say Samari. Sometimes I say Samari. But she's cool. And I like how Miro doesn't purposely make all the characters good looking. Like, the fact that she looks just really odd is just such a huge bonus when it comes to her design. Like, it works so well. So yeah, here we go. We are gonna fight Percolate. Yippee, yippee, yippee. We should have Spice Forged Greater Rot. But if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure Rot's pretty good against Percolate, or it does absolutely nothing. It's either or. I'm pretty sure just knock off like a good 1,000 HP. I think Percolate is one of those encounters where Rot's just really, really good. So what I'm gonna, yeah, what I'm gonna do, let's guard, just to get the ref points, and avoid some damage. On our extra turn, let's pop that Greater Rot. And here, what I'm also going to do is we're going to use a Condensed Nettle. Holy character design. Yeah, Percolate is so cool. Low-key, I really want to make a cosplay of Percolate. I think like having like the wing sleeves would just actually be so cool. And also a thing that I really like about Percolate is the fact that they're very ambiguous in their design. Like a nice blend of both masculine and feminine traits. Which wing posts the most threat? I think it definitely should, yeah. I probably will at some point. Because I want to do more costumes of all the Funko cast. You agree? You always have to put not in a weird way since it's not some like... Yeah. No, like there are some people who are down horrendous for some of the Fair and Hunger characters. If Worm was here, she'd know. I shouldn't take too much damage here. Hopefully avoid a lot of that. And here, what we're gonna do, we're playing this really, really slow. I'll show off some of this stuff. We can heal here, and these also give you a healing over time effect. We can also put some condensed hemlock onto him. Ouch. And yeah, 2,000 damage from the damage over time. Pretty good. And we can probably start actually attacking now. Now. She's with us in emote form. I do love that emote. It's so goddamn cute. We want to... Sorry, let me vocalize my thoughts right now. Percolate reflects magic damage when he puts his wing over himself like that. I don't actually remember if the magic damage from Red Virtue gets reflected. So, I'll tell you what, just... I've demonstrated plenty of times that we are extremely strong, like, physically. I'm just going to show you how strong you can be without doing a single thing. Let's just guard. Look it up, King. Nah, so that's the coward's way out. Real gamers just either know or they don't. And there we go. Yeah, so damage over time effects in these games, crazy strong, and condensed hemlock especially is insane. So yeah, we didn't even attack Percolate, we just waited. He's perished. Honestly, you can await to something like that in a game. Yeah, so I'm actually gonna show that off as well when we get through the the first game. The sensor mod I've got for the first game, when you do that necromancy thing, um, the character has a loincloth over them, and when you excite them with your little spell cast, there's just a little bulge. It's just it's really funny. And there we go. Wow, final boss, we did it! Whoa, impressive, impressive indeed. Percolate is dead. The wounds are starting to weigh on you. What wounds? I was absolutely fine. Well, I suppose a heroin overdose might do me in. The world starts fading before your eyes. And not a single soul returned from this trip. So yeah, definitely the weirdest ending in this game. Uh, yes, selling that is a tongue. Um, and Luca, I only started streaming recently, but I do pretty much stream every day or every other day. I don't have a fixed schedule yet, but I'll probably end up getting one soonish. Yeah, that is the Sulphur God. Pretty much the main reason why all the actually horrible shit happens in this game. And it's probably the worst ending you can get. The Sulphur Cult is horrible. All the things they inflict onto people is horrible. And it literally requires you to just butcher everyone. And not even yourself survives at the end. So, yeah, hardest ending to get, and it's well, it's not the hardest one to get. That's a lie. If you know what you're doing, it's actually probably the easiest one to get. Yeah, it's just pretty messed up. Oh, Luca, thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. Don't worry about like subs or donations or anything like that. Like, not at all necessary. I mean, obviously, we can't even get in the menu at the moment, but you know, even when I'm affiliated, just don't need to bother. For a bit of a lore rundown, while the credits go, there's obviously a few old gods in Fear and Hunger. They're the ancient deities that, you know, like Percolo said, used to be around, used to basically form the laws of nature around themselves. And one of them is the Ascended One, Olmir. Basically, this game's allegory for Jesus Christ or, you know, similar prophet-like characters in religion. As far as I'm aware, the Sulphur God and Olmir are one and the same, but also not. I know that doesn't really make much sense, but from my understanding, and I'm not like 100% sure, so take this with a grain of salt. But from my understanding, Olmir basically shed part of himself. And I believe this must have happened during his ascension. And that part of him obviously will still have to be like godlike. And so what remains of that shedded self is the sulfur god. It's all of the really just horrible, inhumane aspects of Ulmir. And because of the fact that that has managed to persist for all this time, cults have managed to form around it. And I guess between the first game and now, in the second game, over those, 400 years that pass, sulfur cults have popped up like here and there to the point where the sulfur god has managed to gain a quite sizable influence. And the whole Termina festival really is just being controlled by the sulfur cult. Even Kaiser with the Logic Project, he thinks, oh yeah, like I'm the mastermind here. I've got it all under control. I'm the one exploiting the festival. No, he's unfortunately stupid because Rayla with the Logic machine is connected to the rare realms, which have been infected by sulfur. So I mentioned this on the last stream. From my understanding, the Logic ending has some very troubling connotations with that bit of information. So it's just sulfur is just everywhere in this game, and you can play through the whole thing and not even know who the heck sulfur is. So the fact that you get to witness the god in that ending, you get to know that Perkaway is working for sulfur the entire time, and this that little explanation I gave. Oh, it's just all really, really cool. But yeah, that's ending C. We now will just go to sleep for like a day. And we will do our rematch that I've been hyping up. There is an encounter that I feel like not many people actually do. Is a rematch with essentially one of the bosses that you already have encountered. And I think it's really cool. It's in a little area that's really neat as well. And yeah, let's just show it off. Oh yeah, I forget. The bed's occupied here. Let's just ignore that. Curious about Vinishka's comeback. See, Vinishka's one of those gods that, like, I understand what they are, like their origin and all that. I just don't know much else. Like, yeah, nature gods, like offspring of Grogoroth and Sylvian. Has a lot of ties with like the Ikiturso and stuff, but like what else? I just don't know the full extent. We don't need to save. Rest for a bit. I believe we should be on day 3 now. So let's make a new save here. And it's a good thing we came to the train, because this is probably the closest to the encounter that we want to do. And I will then do the tower, fight our group, and then just before I do the final bosses, I will show that little Easter egg in the Golden Gates to do with Pocket Cat. So we want to come over this way, past the Woodman house, and if we go up, in a previous stream I did show off that there's an Ikiturso just like north of here. If I remember correctly, I think it's just over here, up here, no, around here, yeah, there we go. Ikitas are just big, like, nature spirit things. If we come up here now, we should be fine as well. Just look through my items. Yeah, let's just raw dog this. We can see that the Ikiturso is dead. Well, how on earth has this happened, you may wonder. And it's quite simple, really. It's just been severed cleanly. And Rancid the Circle is here. A new challenger. No, just you again. This puny little critter right here posed absolutely no challenge. Kind of crazy that he did just kill this thing with assumedly one clean cut. He's looking for the champion of this land. My bloodthirst is yet to be sated. Or saturated? What did he just say? So how about it? A duel to the death. This time, there is no escape. I accept your challenge. I knew I saw the beast in your eyes. Let's do this. Round 2. So obviously a lot of people miss the fact that Ikiturso is right here. At any point you can go up and say hi to it. And then on day 3 you can rematch Circle here. So, yeah. Gonna have to go. Have a nice stream. Happy to have joined. Well, thank you, Salon. You take care anyway. I was happy to have you in the chat. See this spear? It's the very same that beheaded that half-god over there. What do you reckon it'll do to a soft human skin? I am anything but soft. You really deserve more views. This is so good and informative. Thank you. In time. It will all come in time. So, I think best thing to do here is just really ruin Rancid's life. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to nettle his arm. This might be a familiar strat if you saw the last stream. We're going to throw some glass in his eyes. In fact, wait. No, yeah, we'll have to do it this way. Yeah, nettle his arm. Throw some glass in his eyes. Marina, I guess you can put some pheromones on Osa, because Osa's got a salmon snake thingy, so all the attacks going to him is absolutely fine. He's also got the most defense. And Dan, analyze it. Oh, Margaret, what did you miss? There we go. And we got a little bit of irritation on the arm. If we go for the head now, I believe it actually does something cool. If I'm not mistaken. Let's just get everyone to attack the head. Yeah, you heard like that little crack. If we go for it again, I'm done. You too? Oh no, we just killed him. How do you get the mask to come off? It might be just a turn-based thing. Anyway, that's Sergal dead. And there he is without the mask in the overworld. Yeah, you can pick up a second spear. So, yeah. That's the Sergal rematch. It's not really it's not really that impressive. Because by the time you get to day 3, you're probably like really decked out. But it's cool that it's here. It's cool that you can finish him off and have like a bit more dialogue and stuff. And the interaction with the Iki Torso is also really cool, I think. Let's do a bit of medical diagnosis. You'll need a veterinarian for this one. I don't think this is a mutation or anything to that nature. It's just an animal, a beast or something along those lines. It did speak though. Maybe it's a Bigfoot. Thank you, Dan. Oh, okay. I'm glad that my VODs do work. So, I also do have a multi-stream on my YouTube, which I think the VOD should also just save into a playlist there too. So, yeah, if you'd prefer to just like see them on YouTube, then you've got that option there. I'll also most likely be making some actual like edited down, like either stream highlights, tips and tricks, or just playthroughs on YouTube as well. I've got a few VODs from a previous game I played that I need to just edit and upload as well, so plenty of content on the work. I saw off his head. And we go to the body bag, and we have the rancid head. I do wish, I really, really wish Mirror had a little bit more unique more dialogue, unique text for a lot of these items. Centaur head, rancid head. Come on, you can have like a little bit more sauce to it, Mirror. I'm sure he'll probably add it in the next update. Like, he's going to be adding literally everything. I think he's adding the cure to cancer in the next update as well, so yeah, we've got all of that to look forward to, but there we go. That's that rematch. YouTube doesn't work for you? Nah, okay, no worries. So I'm glad that the Twitch VODs are still up and working. And I'll be streaming like fairly regularly anyway, so yeah, like you'll find me live more often than not. And I try to, at the moment I've been streaming a little bit in the like afternoon/evening for myself, just because at that point most time zones can catch the streams, which I think so far has been working out pretty good. So is there any other encounters that we want to do? We can't do the Poe, can't find him. It's literally just a case of just spam magic against it and it dies pretty quick. I think it's got like 1,000 HP. We took down the Centaur. We took down the rematch of Rancid. And we've done ending C, so I think we just now go back to the tower. We'll do ending B. But just before we do ending B, we can show off that Pocket Cat Easter egg with the golden gates. These two games always taunt you when you open up Steam. Yeah. I'll tell you what, I've got one game that I've been meaning to play for the longest time. I've already played like a little bit of it. I've put a couple of hours into it. got like 2 of the endings, and then I was like, okay, wait, I need to like either make a video on this, stream it, or like play it with friends. Like, I need to share this experience because it's very unique. It's a game called Who's Lila? I know very little about it apart from just the little that I've played already, and it is actually just completely nuts. It is a bonkers game, and I'll most likely end up doing a few streams playing through the entirety of that. Because when I say it's a unique game, like I'm not joking. You just can't buy them. Say the name again. It was Who's Lila? That's Lila. Very unique concept when it comes to the gameplay, and it's one of those meta games where I think there's a lot going on just in the code, and outside of the game as well. And so I will most likely stream that at some point. At the moment, definitely going to be doing lots of fun with though. Alright, we do a silly little fight against the Moon Scorchers.
Yeah. Hello there.
Oh, hello there. Alright, Pocket Cat. I've read all of your dialogue. I don't care. Didn't mean to just spam attack like that. Well, he can't rub himself now, so joke's on him. Ripped my leg. And we don't really care what Pocket Cat does to Osa specifically, because Osa just he's not going down. So just spam attack. Oh, why am I spamming attacks and not targeting the torso? What am I doing? Yeah, it's a Russian game from what I've picked up. Hey, Pocket Cat. Oh wait, Pocket Cat, don't look at the stream. Don't look at the stream. It's not what it looks like. You actually haven't come at a pretty good time though, because I'm doing this for a reason. Because I want to show off the change to Pocket Cat's bedroom in the Golden Gates. Why is Germa on the cover? Yeah, the main character does just look like Germa. There we go. That is Pocket Cat down. I'm so sorry. Oh, let's slow down a little bit. Let's just guard and can you hit the head while it's not erect? Yeah. Ow. Here we go, and just do one of those. It's annoying that Osa is concussed, but hey, maybe Marina will just get a big crit and... Yep. Look at that. And then we just fight the Moon Scorched Marina. Which I feel like my strat actually wasn't the most efficient one to do. Because with this one you just go for the cocoon, do you not? Sorry, bear with chat. Just got notification on my phone. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think maybe the method is just go for the cocoon. Rather than the torso. We'll just guard right off the bat, and then just go full damage against the not the torso, the cocoon itself. Ha, that black orb isn't going to do anything. Ow. This should be enough to kill, surely. Yeah, and then I think if we just go for the torso here. I don't remember the right way to do cocoon. Don't scratch me. So rude, honestly. Fortunately, like, we're not really in any danger. We got very strong defenses. And I'll just use a how much health have we got? Yeah, I'll just use one of these mixed herbs. Is it the head between our legs that's the one to target? Like I say, I don't remember. So we have to take down the cocoon again, because I guess the healing whispers just stopped us from being able to do that. You can really tell I just never properly fight cocoon. The black orb isn't going to kill, is it? No. No, we're absolutely fine. Sorry, how much health does this have? Am I going insane? Oh my god, there we go. Alright. So, we are on day 3. So we could go get that last ending. However, I want to show everyone that little Easter egg. Obviously, in the previous streams, I had shown off the golden gates, shown off the white key that only Osa can get to get the joy mask. What's the quickest way to a rare realm from where we are? It's probably the church, so it's actually probably just from here. And I previously had shown off the Pocket Cat bedroom. Just a secret area in the Golden Gates, which, you know, not many people even explore the Golden Gates. So it's essentially like a secret area in secluded area, let's say. Um, and equally, not many people actually see the change to Pocket Cat's bedroom after Dan Moonscorches. Um, so previously, there was a bunch of like dolls, bags of candy, like Halloween-related stuff, a large floating moon and a floating star, I believe, um, as well as like some Wizard of Oz references. Um, but the updated room is going to look very different. So let's run over this way and I will show it off. I think the quickest way is actually up this way. Have we shown the EQ Terso during any of the streams? Yes. I think it was on the first stream of this playthrough. I showed off the EQ Terso, like, base encounter where you just talk to it and it's like, go away. So we did that. And then just a moment ago, we did the rematch with Rancid, showing the death of the EQ Terso. Which, by the way, really fun name to say, EQ Terso. Also, I will show like one more thing. So yeah, white key, just for anyone who wasn't here. Osa, during his text adventure, can get an item called the white key. If you interact with a specific desk like 10, 11 times, you get the white key. And then if you get golden gates, come here. There's this hidden room, and there's an item called the Joy Mask just on the wall here, which just gives you a little bit of extra defense and that happy status effect. The happy status effect doesn't have any mechanical benefits, it's just a neat little reference. Since we're right at the end of this little playthrough, I will swap it out now finally. I'll put the hardened heart on just to show how busted it is. And this is a unique bit of dialogue with mysterious person in this other secret room. He says, "That mask sure looks fun. Sure looks... What are you? That mask sure looks fun." It is fun. Sure looks like it. You can have it. Thanks a lot, partner. And he puts on the mask. It is fun. That's it. that's it. Wonder who the key belongs to. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it would just be maybe Pocket Cats. He's got the most tie-ins with obviously Rare. The Golden Gates are probably the only place in this game that is just strictly a Rare realm with no Sulphur influence. So my guess is that it's Pocket Cat's key. And obviously Joy Mask being found there is cool. Do people even want to visit his room? He does some creepy stuff. Let's go into Pocket Cat's room. Let's see. Oh, it hasn't changed. Huh, maybe Dan has to Moonscorch naturally. Ah, that's a shame. Really, really wanted to show off that that change in the room. Well, this is what it looks like normally. And when Dan Moonscorches, or rather, the room changes. And instead it is just a corpse lying here of his wife with, a police outline and like markers. So, really horrible, but That's yeah, that's something. Where am I going? I believe it's this one, that's the church one. Yeah. So we'll go back to the tower and we will get that last ending. And then we can start up our Funga 1 playthrough. Which yeah, I'll also do a bit of a preamble ramble, just explaining exactly what my plans are with the Funga 1 playthrough. And sort of explain the route that I'm going to be taking. Because I do have a slight guide that I've made for myself to follow, just to show off some cool stuff. Did you kill the man? I did kill Dan himself as Pocket Cat. I don't know if I have to kill like actual Pocket Cat. Either way, I've explained what the thing is. If you're curious about it, you can always try and encounter it yourself, or just Google it. It's a neat little Easter egg, and it's like a really obscure one at that, which I find just so cool. Also, let's go to the scenic route just so we can say hi to the bellend here. He's just chilling. Why is it doing like the heartbeat thing? There's no enemies here. Or is there? No, there shouldn't be. Anyway. Okay, so we are going to do our favorite pastime activity. Searching Pocket Cat. No, we are going to do some heroin. And we are going to also do some pet pills. We are going to... I didn't do this last time, but I should. We are going to use a purifying talisman. We are going to gorge on a bunch of food. Eat a meat pie. Eat a vegetable pie. We're going to craft some stuff. So let's craft up, yeah, some goulash. Yumbo. And let's also craft up some of those. We'll get another condensed nettle, another condensed hemlock. And I will make 2 brown vials. And with the remainder of our stuff, we'll just do that. And let's make some murky vials as well. So, this is the loadout. Hardened Heart, Leechmonger Ring, Salmon Snake Rune. Oh, hey, Noctum. He joined to me doing drugs. Honestly, perfect timing. Just about to finish this playthrough as well, so... yeah, I think we've got all the buffs we need. We got Red Virtue, we got the Darkness, we got a Death Mask on because it's Aura. Hardened Heart, Leechmonger Ring is an extremely strong combination. Salmon Snake Rune, one of the best accessories in the game. Just prevents so many effects. And yeah, like we're pretty goddamn stacked. So, that's enough stalling. Let's go straight into it. Let's not go straight into it. Let's stall a little bit more. Let's first turn Rot. And I'm pretty sure I put Black Smog on Osa, so let's do this. Sure. I suppose most of the time you can't actually move while the elevator's going up. Or am I crazy? No. Did you learn most of this by can't speak, by reading the wiki or trial and error? Probably like a 60-40 split, but most of it is just through the wiki. But you do pick up a lot of strats just as you play. I've done quite a lot of playthroughs. One of my favorite strats, which is the glass nettles strategy of just completely reducing enemies' chances to hit to practically zero. I don't know if that's like a commonly used strategy, but I discovered it during my Masochist playthrough, and oh boy, is it one of my favorites. Like, it's so good. So, skipping through all this dialogue because we kind of already did all of this. And yeah, let's just do this. Come on, Percolate. Cracking my knuckles. Let's do this. And just for the sake of extra dialogue, why kill me now? It is not my place to take part in their festival. The blood must run free for it to be pure. Now that the slaughter is over, I'm free to do what I please. Yeah, whatever you say, bozo. You all remember how strong the condensed hemlock was earlier. What strat? Oh, the like nettle glass thing. So basically, applying glass shards to an enemy's head causes them to go blind, which greatly reduces their defenses. Really, really useful. And then nettles, which you can pick up with one of Olivia's skills, also reduces enemies' chances to hit. So blindness and like irritation, which is from the nettles, basically just, you know, reduce their chance to hit to 0. So against death masks, if you just put nettle on both of their arms and then glass their face, they literally cannot hit you. It's really useful in certain encounters. I would say it's worthwhile doing against death masks. Worthwhile doing against certain bosses that are susceptible to blindness and irritation. Against like your regular fodder enemies, you don't really need to bother. Your turns will be much better off just doing damage. You want to go in blind? you want to go blind into this so bad? Don't feel like spoiling myself. There's going to be so much more to learn. Well, I'm about to get one of the endings, so if you want to look away, just so you're not spoiled. But let's. I don't remember if Percolate can be blinded, but let's find out. It does good damage anyway. It doesn't matter. He's dead. Impressive. Very impressive indeed. But what do you think happens next? This is what you wanted, right? I can't lie, this bit is so cool. Hear that? He's coming already. Time for you to wake up. By the way, I don't think chain snapping would make that noise. Gulp. Here we are. Rot simply does not work against rare, and that's perfectly fine. So, we're in a little bit of a tricky situation here because we don't have much HP. So what I'm going to do is immediately just give us the healing over time. Biggest threat against rare is the intense amount of mind drain he has with all of his all-seeing eyes. As you can see. And I believe once you hit zero mind, he then has this insta-kill attack, which we're not worried about. But we do want to take care of the eyes. I think the best thing we can do is Brown Vial, just to give ourselves extra evasion and stuff. And then this is purposely risky, but we have one lucky coin left. So all these all-singing eyes rocks, go ahead. We don't care about getting Panophobia at this point. We got double heads just a second ago, so let's go for double tails. Whew. Okay. Now, what we want is to get rid of all the eyes. If I remember correctly, they don't have much HP whatsoever. The strat I remember doing, it's been a hot minute since I did rare. Just wait, no. Yeah, I think it's just Black Smog to just basically do as much AoE as possible. Because Black Smog, or at least Greater Black Smog that we've got going on right here, does a lot of damage. And I don't really want to be risking not having all of that, like all these constant insta-kill procs. So, or do I? Oh, okay, wait. Let me think. Because, yeah, Greater Black Smog, really good for just doing the AoE. I don't think he is affected by any poisons or anything. I think he's got immunity to like most debuffs, if not all of them. Oh, we could. I'm going to rely on our evasion. We've got regen as well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use one of our I didn't craft one, did I? Oh, did it? Wait, no, hold on. Did I not create a condensed purple? Oh, no, I didn't. Damn it! That's fine. So what I'll do is I will just drink a vodka. And we will use a Greater Black Smog. Target all enemies. So we will have to look out on another coin flip. I should have equipped the Betel Stone. Alright, chat, I'm gonna let you decide. Heads or tails? RenDV, thank you for the follow, by the way. I very much appreciate it. I don't want to have the responsibility of dying here. Tails never fails. Luca, this is all up to you. Oh, oh, oh my god, okay. Didn't even break a sweat. We should equip the Bethel's. I mean, just is it really gonna matter that much? The answer is no. We've got Heart and Heart equipped, so we don't actually need to heal. So I'm actually going to play this very, very aggressively. Let's get our mind up a little bit more. Because I didn't mean to rev up. Screw it. Is Black Smog affected by rev damage? I don't think it is. Okay, wait, this is actually huge. So again, we do not need to heal. We have the Hardened Heart, which, in case you're not privy, that basically makes it so you survive a lethal hit. This should be enough to kill them. Those misses are extremely annoying. But it is what it is. Let's just do a normal heal. I don't need to rev. I don't think it's actually going to matter. Okay, and now what we can do is just attack rare. We win. Oh god, just to get the double rev. The double. And just like that. That was a little bit uncomfortably close to begin with those coin flips, but yeah. Osa has some conniptions as the moon god grew disinterested in you and slowly drifted away. You've become a witness to something beyond your comprehension. You've seen something you shouldn't have. Was it a passive, like, survive with 1 HP? I don't know if the... So, I do have a thing that makes it so I can survive on 1 HP. I don't know if it actually triggered that. That one hit that took me down to 1 might have just been a very convenient roll. As you slowly regain your consciousness, you realize you're not the same person as you were still just a brief minute ago. You wake up to a new reality. Suddenly the dark void above you feels that much larger, almost infinite. There are things in this world beyond your understanding, beyond human understanding. You're not sure if this feeling is that of enlightenment or of total terror. The gentle wind, the gentle wind on your cheek feels alien. With this newly acquired understanding, even the most minor sensations have this altered nuance to them. The moonlight tainted your existence. But at least you survived, with your mind still somewhat intact. You survived. Ending B, day 4. And there we go. And there is still a little bit left. The only soul that returned from the trip was you. The cult of Sulphur, the followers of Rare, the Church of Olmir, were they any different from Yellow Mages? They all served someone else, ultimately. Your master just happened to be a foul-mouthed old raisin whom the time had forgotten. We threw your master to the nearest lake. Maybe some poor bastard would find him there centuries later and be led like a fool on a leash to do their master's bidding. But that was not your part any longer. You returned to Abyssinia, to your homeland. The reason you had initially left the whole continent was because of the state of religion and worship there. The teachings of Olmir had taken over the old beliefs. By the way, this version of, like, the title theme that plays during the credits, I really like. I absolutely adore it. Ah, it's just so good. You had gathered enough knowledge and skills on your travel to rival what the local temples promoted. These lands would follow your teaching in the future, teachings that would benefit the ones practicing your way, not the ones in power, nor the establishment. One could almost be fooled into thinking this was an altruistic act. Of course, in a true Yellow Mage manner, you'd be the one on top of the pyramid this time around. I've been yapping a lot, let me get some water. And there we go. So obviously there is still so much to this game that I have not covered in this stream, in my previous streams, just in the single playthrough. You absolutely cannot find everything in just one playthrough, and you cannot experience everything in one playthrough. Every single character is worth playing, and I have plans to do a playthrough of every single character, sort of leaning into their main role, and just showing off like how you can do different builds relating to each character. This one was just me showing off secrets and also going on a slight power trip with some really cool weapons. So, yeah. But there's a reason why people play this game like over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's because it really is just so good. And there's so much to it. And the fact that Mirror is working on a huge update to the game that's adding like just a ridiculous amount of content on top of all that we already have, like, it's greatest of all time. That's the only way I can put it. Oso is such a badass, absolutely, Flash. Like, he is so goddamn cool. If you put Oso in the first game, he is actually just conquering the dungeon. I mean, in his history, he already does. But yeah, there we go. Listening to so much when YouTube Music worked. Yeah, honestly, I love me a good video game soundtrack. But yeah, that's that playthrough of Termina done. Oh, there we go. Needles Productions is the mod creator for the immersive sensor mod. I believe they may be the same creator who does the sensor mod for Funga 1, which... Shall we open that up? Make a start? I'll just launch it and make sure I've got everything set up for it. If I come here... Bear with me, bear with me, bear with me. Game capture. Do I have the game muted as well? No, I shouldn't do. Is that picking up on OBS? No. Well, why not? There we go. That works. And let me just make sure everything's laid out correctly. Yep. Game structure is so much different from other games. Yeah, no, for real. I mean, it's also just nice having such an open-ended RPG in the indie scene. And there's so much like variety for builds. There's so much lore to dig through. There's like multiple routes you can take in the story itself. It's got it all, and it's so good. Okay, and I've got that. I've got that. Let me get my notepad up. This is going to be quite important. I'll just put that in a little window there on my other screen, and we can get started. There we go. Let me just get OBS back up, put that back down there. I'm a professional streamer, don't worry. This is why I'm taking like an age and a half to get this all sorted out. Okay, brilliant. This isn't a book to read from start to finish and more of a dictionary to browse through. You get so much more after finishing it. Prehevil is just a learning step with a story by itself. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I love the type of more subtle storytelling that Fear and Hunger does. Part of the reason why I absolutely adore the Dark Souls games as well. And with a lot of like plot points and stuff left open-ended, it just makes for such good conversation. Like discussing theories and like analyses of just everything about the games is just so cool. So let me quickly give the big yap and ramble about what this playthrough is going to be for. Also, you can see immersive censorship mod is by Platygems, different person for this game. No need to apologize, Luca. You're absolutely fine. So, in this playthrough, there is a few pretty well-known secrets that I'm going to be going over. And there's some secret areas that I feel like people just never really explore. I'll be showing off a few exploits as well, but I won't be taking like full advantage of them. I want this to be a fairly authentic playthrough. I'm better at Fear and Hunger 2 than I am the 1. But that's not to say I'm not good at this game either. I think I'm decent enough. And one of the key things I'm going to do in this playthrough is create a extremely unique party composition. And I won't spoil too much. But a few of them you probably can guess. One of them, I'm not sure unless you're an avid wiki reader, I'm not sure most players would actually know of. Who's the person on the top right? Oh, well, clearly that's, I don't know. That looks like the statue that the Crow Mauler is quite fond of. I don't know who it's supposed to be. It might be the Lady of the Forest, which I'll point out as we play. Where's the music? I don't know. There's just no music for the menu in Fear and Hunger 2. I don't think. There's just no sound. Wait, hold on. There should be sound. Let me close and reopen the game. Clearly something's not right. Bear with, chat. Bear with. Maybe I've got it muted in the settings, actually. That would actually make sense. Let me just load into... In fact... Hold on, let me just reset. Bear with, bear with, bear with. Ignore the other playthroughs. I did some test runs to make sure my routing was correct. Sorry, spoiler of what's to come. Yeah, my master volume is turned down. There we go. Let's turn on the sound effects, just because we all know how loud those docs can be. And back to title. Yes, there is music in the menu. There we go. God, how could I forget this theme? Alright. So. Let us do this. So our starting character doesn't really matter that much, but I'm going to go with Kahara. And what I'm going to do is I want to give him a funny name. Okay, wait. Trust me. That name is going to read really funny in one very specific scene. And we will be changing our name later anyway. So I'm going to do this on Terror and Starvation, as there's just more to show off in this mode. And, yeah, I'm fine doing it. Fake fun gonna know it all. Nah, I'm not a faker. I'm not a larper. This is about a big skip you can do. I'll show you all the cool skips we can do. So get ready for this. So I'm just gonna blast through the dialogue here because we're on the clock. I'm gonna go for Become a Burglar. That gives us lockpicking. It's just really useful for navigation early on. We're going to Abandon Our Comrades. That gives us Escape Plan. That pretty much, like, makes it almost guaranteed that we escape most combat, which is extremely useful in this game specifically. Rush straight for your mission. That gives us the dash ability. And we will save. Ignore the other saves. We've got Phasmophobia. That's probably the best one to get. We've actually got really lucky there. So with, I don't know, we're going to be very quick. I'll just pause the game and say, there's a spot right here. That is a dev spot. In fact, I'll actually show them off. Dev spots are really weird. There's loads just hidden about the game that basically just give you a bunch of stuff. This one automatically puts Das and Ragnvalder in your party. There's a dev spot, I think, here. We just interact here. Right, one to our left. Yep. There's one here that gives you a bunch of torches, cloth, tinderboxes, sticks, and light blue vials, as well as cursed shortlaws. So, yeah, you can literally start off the game with infinite healing, and everyone's got a cursed weapon. Really lame, though. I'm not going to be using any of these dev spots. I'll most likely just point them out where I know they some are. So, yeah. Who's my favorite character in this one? Out of the playable ones, it's honestly it's a toss-up between Kahara and oh my god, the dogs are still so loud. It's a toss-up between Kahara and Ragnvalder. Although Rag is not good. He's quite bad, to be honest. But I like him, I think he's really cool. In terms of just characters full stop, Legard. I really like Legard. I think he's really cool. We just want to run, we don't want to face any of these encounters right now. We picked up the mock-up book from that one bookcase. Fortunately, I do know that specific loadout. It is not randomized, but there's like preset loadouts for most of the areas, at least early on. We will avoid, yeah, I knew there was going to be him there. We'll avoid Enki. We do have something we want to do with Enki a little bit later. Rag will be like, are you evil? We'll say, yeah, and he goes, oh, well, that's fine. And then we'll just avoid him. Now, I do have one bit of RNG that Cursed Iron Mace, holy moly, that is insanely lucky to get. We need to get through to this as quick as possible. And so that means we need to get a explosive vial. If we don't get lucky enough to get an explosive vial, like right off the gate, we'll just have to restart. That's going to take a whole bunch of time, and I respect everyone's time, so I'm not going to do that. There is a dev spot right here, up against the wall, that just gives you an explosive vial. That is probably the only one I will use, just for the sake of the stream. You look like Enki in real life, so you like him. I also look like Enki in real life. It's the tall, gaunt, long-haired, pale dude look. Which honestly, big up Enki for being just the ideal Funga fan. So yeah, we've already made it to the thicket. The lady of the forest is on the top of the entrance of the thicket. I'll talk more about her at a later point. But we want to just avoid, again, most of these encounters. Because we're on terror and starvation, we will have to use torches. That's this layout. I'm not fully sure I know this layout as well as I'd like to think. But yeah, this is fine. We then want to grab this. This is the Eastern Sword. I think everyone and their uncle knows about this, so it's not that impressive of a find. Just run away from the ghost and then equip it. To be fair, we could have maybe fought the ghost with the cursed iron mace, but yeah, no need. Eastern Sword, one of the best weapons in the game. I would argue it's probably the best because you can get it in the first 10 seconds. So really, really good. And if you're not familiar, it does really good damage. It's a single-handed weapon, and excuse me, and it has an increased crit rate. And once you defeat the Spectre, it just gets even stronger. So to say that it's good would be a lie because it's actually amazing. It's so good. It's brilliant. And just while we're here, let's pick up one of the soul stones. There's the infinite lucky coin spot up on the top floor that we missed, but that's fine. I don't really want to abuse that anyway. Now, I've been taking my time here. I know I've been rushing, but I've also been taking my time, so I'm not actually sure what time we're... I mean, we're fine with this. We're down to the bottom floor. We may as well cut this as well. And let's just use lockpicking. You get a guaranteed Book of Enlightenment here. Profile pictures from 2016, but your hair's finally long enough. I've been growing out my hair quite a bit recently. I used to have it really, really long, like down to my waist. But now it's just like a bit past my collarbone. It's a lot more manageable at the length that is. But yeah, we just avoid all these guys. Do some dukes here. And we want to go straight to the guard's thing. Yeah, on Terror and Starvation, Chromewalla just spawns there instantly. So be careful. But we can do the little cutscene with the guard. The man gets up. Now you see him better, you realise his body has gone through an intense torture with different scars and marks filling out his skinny torso. His gaunt cheeks and distant eyes only strengthen the idea that this man has seen hell and survived it. Apologies if you heard that. That was just my neighbour slamming the door. Ugh. Who? What? I can't remember a thing. Do you remember who you are? Ah, Lagarde. That's my name, I think. I don't remember anything besides my name. I seem to have amnesia. You suspect that it's the trauma of the tortures that this man has gone through that has erased his memories. It's only a pin when you can't tie it when needed. Yeah, true. That like awkward phase where your hair's like not long enough to just fully tie it back, but still long enough to just get in your face. But I feel pretty weak. Do you think I could join your party for the time being? Of course, the guard. It's an honor. Don't take this out of context. The guard's got Suvophobia. That's probably the second best he could have. So yeah, Lagarde. He's going to be one of our mainstays. Lagarde is pretty decent. He, right off the gate, I'm pretty sure he's got leg sweep. And I'm going to show you something really cool with leg sweep that we can do now. And it's also a special interaction with Lagarde specifically. Let's not. Let's not do this with Prehevil. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, that's fine. Run, please. Oh, Prehevil, you are being exceptionally annoying right now. Yeah, no, my torch died down. Alright. Let's just take a second to collect ourselves. So we don't have to rush now. Whole reason I was rushing to get the guard is, well, yeah, to get the guard. So like I say, he's mainstay party member number 1. He is going to be receiving a very special item. And those who are familiar with this game may know exactly what that item is. It's a specific weapon, and it's really good. And the guard has a very unique interaction with that weapon, so we can actually get it right now, despite what you may think. It's like asking about liking pizza or something, but I have read Berserk, yes. Not all of it. I will be completely honest. I had to stop. The amount of sexual abuse in Berserk was just too much for me. So, you know, I got to the horse. I was like, okay, I just need to like put it down for a bit, and I never picked it back up. But I probably will at some point because I thoroughly enjoyed it. Obviously, it's a shame that the creator passed away, so the story not able to be entirely finished. But still, there's plenty of it that I need to read through. And like I say, I still absolutely adore what I got up to. It was just too much for me in my headspace at that point. So I was like, okay, I just need to take a break. So I'll most likely finish Berserk at some point. We are in such a terrible position right now. But look at what I do now. To be fair, Fear and Hunger, at the very least, doesn't have nearly as much sexual violence as Berserk does. Because it's all avoidable if you're just good at the game. Okay, there we go. Big jukes. And then we're just gonna have to look out with the dodge here. And we just go around. There we go. The guard, now's not the time! There's something in the darkness I came for. What is it? The ancient city. There's strength there. Do you remember something after all? No, I don't remember. It's more of a feeling. I need to go there. That much I know. Yeah, look out, we all know you're faking it. I thought I could dodge. But we do get a free chance to avoid this encounter, which I'm not actually going to do. I'm going to take advantage of this and just kill the Night Ledge. I don't mean to guard with the guard. It's okay, we just crit anyway. I'm not going to use the Soul Stone, but I will take your coins. So, let me just consult my little note. Now we can take our time, but what we want to do is we want to avoid going to Mahabari right away. We have a quest line that we want to do. And most people probably don't even know that this questline exists. But it's very cool, and so I'm going to show it off. But part of that questline requires Enki, and if you know, you know. But if we go to Mahab, then Enki just ends up becoming a marriage, and that doesn't validate the quest requirements. So yeah, we're going to avoid going to Mahab right away. So that means we immediately will not have access to one of our companions because we need to pick it up at Mahab. But that's fine. The other companion we can get now. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my time, explore a bit, and we'll pick up that third companion. And I will also backtrack and get Legard his main weapon. Since you like this in Souls games, I feel like there's no point in asking, but try and come back now. To it if it's not too much now. Oh yeah, no, like 100% will read it. I've got a few things in my backlog when it comes to stuff I need to read, but Berserk, I will most likely continue it this year. How to Resist the Dark Urge and compare everything. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, that's actually what got me into Berserk. Just the amount of things that reference it, especially like the Souls games. So I will continue it. But let's an empty scroll right away. Holy moly. Okay, that is huge. We can start the quest line now. How'd you save the guard? He's dead when you got to him. Super simple. All you need to do is get to him in 30 minutes. That's it. And if you do that, obviously he'll ask you to join your party. And then, yeah, you can get one of the specific endings if you take Legard to the end of the game. And there's a lot of really cool encounters and bits of dialogue that you get with Legard as well, which I'll be showing a lot of them off. But let's use this empty scroll right away. I don't have anything to write with. Oh, I didn't pick up a quill yet. We can pick one up. In fact, wait, before I go through the mines, because we do want to do that. Let's go up this way. 30 minutes. I'm not a speedrunner. So if you best bit of advice I can give, if you get dash on whichever character you play as and rush to the thicket, if you know where the thicket is, there is some RNG involved, but if you can get to the thicket, get to the bottom, that pretty much skips all of like the long trekking that you'd need to do. I just went over the route to do that, so like after the stream, if you want to just refer to this VOD, or I'm sure there's some like YouTube videos out there that might just be like pretty concise, that can help with that. That just allows you to get down to here in about 10 minutes, maybe even sooner. If you hang around in the cell when the 30 minutes is up, do you see his death? No, I think as soon as you get down to like that area within the 30 minutes, then the guard will just stay alive. Oh, here we go. Oh, why did I guard with the guard? What am I doing? We can very easily take down Spectre, and then that purifies the Eastern Sword. So now, Kahara has one of the best weapons in the game. Is Kahara the quickest for reaching the guard? Not necessarily. Any character would do. I'm just specifically playing Kahara because of a cool little thing that I'm going to be doing a little bit later in the stream. But any character can get dash. That just allows them to move at the speed I'm moving. And as long as you've got that, there's a good chance you'll be able to get to the guard in time. Because half an hour is surprisingly long. I'm going to eat a little bit of blueberries, and just so I don't instantly die, let's do that. Yes, Nocturne, we're on Funga 1. I absolutely adore Funga 1. Just wanted to loot a little bit up here. Well, we'll go back down. We'll go through the mines. Because I want to pick up some specific things down here. Controversial, but you like one more than two? No, perfectly valid. It's a brilliant game. Have to take a break, but you might come back later. No worries, Luca. You take care. Do whatever you have to do. I'll most likely be streaming for another, probably like another good hour or two. So, yeah. And enjoy the VODs as well. Yes, Arcane. So, dash pretty much just doubles your speed on the overworld. That's all it does. There's no, like, combat benefit to it. And to get dash on most of the characters, like, when you get the option to, like, you know, run straight for your target or whatever it says, rather than collecting supplies, that's how you get it. I will actually come down here and just increase our affinity real quick. Hello. Yes, I would like to nom nom. I would say in like an first time playthrough, however, like dash is useful, but it's not at all necessary. Starting with like the healing items is probably better because it means you can afford to make some mistakes in like your first few encounters. Oh, Ghost, go away. Go on, shoo. But obviously, once you've got like a little bit of knowledge under your belt and like you're a bit more confident with some of the fights. Oh my god, dash is so good. There's a lizard folk dude here. Just ignore him. Crowmaul has entered. Kahara's also just nice when you have lockpicking because that means you can just get through a lot of just random doors. And no loot here. Guaranteed drop of the shark teeth. It's a pretty decent early game weapon. I believe it just has like a slightly increased crit chance. Yeah, nothing there. Free soulstone. You love to see it. And yeah, let's just avoid all of that. Okay, and we can go like. Oh my god. Put ourselves in a really, really bad situation here. Escape and then loop around. There we go. Use an explosive vial. How many times have I beaten the game? So I've beaten Funga 1 probably like 4 or 5 times. at the very least. And there's only one character that I haven't done the S ending for, and that's Enki, which I'll probably maybe do that on stream. In fact, I definitely will do that on stream because I've got some run ideas. I'll show myself to Nostradamus. I've definitely played Termina more than I have the first one, but that's not to say that I don't know what I'm doing in this one. Also, yeah, you can take torches from the walls here, which is extremely useful in terror and starvation mode. And what we want to do is we do want to come up here. We will just very slowly. Have you ever seen Baki? You know that scene where he's like walking behind the security guard, like literally an inch away from his back? That's what we're doing here. Is there a limit on how many times you can blow up walls of rubble? I don't think it's a case of limits. I think it's specific ones do just cause a cave-in. That one's free, and I think depending on the layout, there may be one more that's free to do. The rest, just don't bother with. Ascendings are exclusive to the hardest difficulty, yes. So that'll be hard mode, which makes it so you can't have party members. Everything just wants to kill you even more than it already does. And yeah, it's an absolute nightmare. Fortunately, you don't have to get the normal endings for the S endings. A lot of the time you just need to like do like a specialized quest line. Unless you're Ragnvalder, in which case you just have to kill literally everything. Not everything, but you need to kill a lot of like the major encounters, which makes his ending probably the hardest one to achieve. But here's a cool little, I guess, tidbit with the yellow mage encounter. If we talk to him, and the guard, you can just, I guess, smack his right arm. Why not? We can ask, which guard do you serve? And he will say, I channel destruction. So isn't it obvious? And yeah, I mean, that's Grogroff. And he says, correct. You were not completely misguided. Oh, that locust swarm sucks. Well, don't hurting the guard. Come on. The loss is like, okay, that's absolutely fine. And you can't have party members. Yes, correct. So you can, if you get necromancy, you can get skeletons and ghouls, but your usual options of party members, the guard, the girl, Moonless, Kahara, Enki, Das, Ragnvalder, none of those you can recruit. So you're just stuck to having skeletons and blood golems, which, you know, makes things a lot easier than just doing it completely alone. But there's only so much assistance those can give. But if we talk again to this yellow mage, and let's just take out his other arm, we can then ask, can you teach about Grogroff? And he says, I am not at a level to pass on knowledge of such matters. Seek out my master, Nashara of the East, if you desire to learn more. Here, if you are to survive my blood magic, show this talisman to your master, to my master, sorry, and show great humility. He might just listen to you. And we get the Eclipse Talisman. We might die here. Oh, thank god, we did not get stunned on Kahara. Alright, there we go. Again, looks Elixir of Mind. Nice. We are a little bit low on the health side of things, but we can now just basically, in fact, what I will do, take that torch. She's not going to be a mainstay, but we may as well pick up Das. I know it will aggro the whole cave dweller tribe to us. That's fine. The shopkeeper is useful, but outside of that, you're not really missing out on too much. And we'll be taking the Cube of the Depths in about 10 seconds anyway, so yeah. Not really much of a risk here. And shout out the immersive sensor mod for just putting like a loincloth over them. Do you know what they did to me? I cannot talk about it, no. Legard! Oh my god! You're still alive! Do I know you? What do you mean? It's me, Das. Sorry, I can't remember a thing. I'm a part of your army. The Knights of the Midnight Sun? Does that ring any bells? Sorry. Das faces you. Where did you meet? I found him imprisoned. Ah, I see. I'm glad you helped him out. I knew the Kingdom of Rondon kept him here. He was sentenced to death, so I hurried for him as fast as possible. Listen, I promised to protect him with my life, just as he has done for me in the past. I want to join your party. Yeah, sure. Great. I'll be a valuable asset to your party, rest assured. So yeah, unique little bit of dialogue if you pick up Legard before Das. And Chromall. Yeah, get out of here. If we leave and re-enter, he's gone. Another yellow mage. This time, we don't really have to worry about him. We can just all attack torso and he should be dead. Das is really nice to have. Obviously, action economy is extremely useful. It's nothing to be underestimated. The more attacks you can have on a turn, the better. It's the bottom line of it. I'll actually take her armor and put it on Kahara because he's the more valuable party member. And then she can have the crappy wooden buckler and stuff. Yeah, that'll be fine. And also, what was I? Yeah, that was it. Fast attack and defense stance. Defense stance is okay. Fast attack, brilliant. Just gives you an extra turn once you use it. For the rest of combat. Can Crowface be killed? Yes. And actually, surprisingly easily. Which I will show. I won't show right now. Just because we're not ready yet, but yes, he can be killed. Oh. Oh! Oh, those misses are real bad. At the end of the day, this game can always just do that to you. Ligard, just... Do I have a white vial? I do. God, take that. And then... yeah, that's just... Oh my... Kara! Stop missing. There we go. Let's just quickly use a torch so we can navigate this easy. But yeah, the Chrome Mauler, very easy to kill if you know what you're doing. And one of the like main issues with Chrome Mauler isn't the fact that he has a like an insta-kill attack. It's the fact that he has the ability to blind you. Which I shouldn't need to say how awful that is. Fortunately, in this little route, there we go, we got our quill. I will use this empty scroll now. In this little route, we have something that will be able to prevent the blindness. So, empty scrolls. You can get any item and learn anything. You just need to put "Oh Lord," and then there's either teach or give. Now, some of you may be thinking, oh, well, White Angel Soul, yeah, Blink Step. No. Blink Step will probably be the second scroll we use. This one, it is going to be a skill. We're going to teach ourselves mastery over insects. So we can do the Cockroach King quest. Exciting stuff. Because, let's be honest, who here has actually done that whole quest line? Not many of you. I can imagine at the very least. So this will be a cool opportunity for me to show that off. Show off like the full skill tree as well that you unlock from that, because Flock of Crows, crazy good. It is very much worth doing. Now, yeah, you could just use the empty scroll to give yourself Flock of Crows, I'm pretty sure, or you know, just anything better. But it's a unique experience, and the reason why like basically no one does it is because getting that initial affinity, you need to have mastery over insects, or already have a bit of affinity to get mastery over insects. Only Enki can do that, and only Enki can't fully complete the quest because you need to kill Enki for the last stage. So, empty scroll as any character but Enki is how you fully do it. So, yeah, I'll show that off because it's pretty cool. And it's not too hard to do either. But we got the Cube of the Depths, so that was the other little thing that we needed to grab. And let me just loot what I can as well. So, very cautiously, gonna navigate the village. We're already in a pretty good situation. All we really need to do is just loot. We can pick up a fourth party member in just a moment, now that we've got the cube. And that party member is going to be extremely good. By the way, I'm going to put on that monocle onto our main man. And we may as well put the Sorcerer's Stone on Ligard, because Ligard is going to be using his mind every now and then. Don't like Enki, he's a mean one. He's a bit prickly, but I like Enki. Okay, so first, mastery over insects. We can interact with this bug. Master, the hole. It's a vile place. Vile for the likes of you. Paradise for the likes of me. And we can talk to books now. Go on, Crowmauler. Come on. Go on. Come on. Go on. Crowmauler. Why are you like this? Alright, I'll tell you what, just so we're not wasting time. We can just despawn him. Okay, so now what we want to do is navigate our way all the way back to the elevator bit. We don't want to deal with the caverns just yet. Thank God that lizard man is blind. He's camping, yeah, literally. Brother was not letting me leave. It's not up this way, but because search these crates, there's nothing in them. Avoid that spooky ghoul. And obviously there's blue steel here. If we had the passages of Mahab, we could grab that. I think a lot of people know about that, but you know, just in case you didn't, that's how you get it. Damn it. By the way, I should have prefaced this. Expect me to die a lot on this run without saving for a while. In fact, this is actually perfect. I can show off the route to get the guard as quick as possible for you, Arcane. And hopefully we can also get back to where we were with a lot more health. That bear trap's huge. So what you want to do is find this room first. Sorry for the dogs going absolutely mental. I don't know why they're so loud. You want to search specifically this bookshelf because it always has the mock-up book. And you just want to go up this way. What I will also do, you can jump down as well. It's completely safe. You can just unlock that. Let's just search this chest as well. Longsword. Nice. And I'm just gonna take my time just for a second just to search. Because a key part for this little route is getting a explosive vial, which isn't a guarantee, unfortunately. Hi, Yankee. But with that mock-up book, you can open this little passage. This takes you to the backyard. And you know, there's all sorts you can do here. But the important thing for just getting to the guard is here. So if you got lucky and you managed to get a explosive vial, you can use it here. Because it doesn't take that long to search like all of these things, and the chances of getting a vial is okay. At the start of a playthrough, you can get them pretty quick. I said this earlier, there's a dev spot here, which just gives you an explosive vial when you interact with it. Is it cheating? Yes. Am I doing it? Yes. Just because I want to save us time. I could sit here and just restart from the beginning over and over and over again. But that's frankly just boring, and I think it's just way more interesting for me to just show as much as I can in as quick as I can. So yeah, then we just navigate the thicket. There's a few layouts to the thicket, and the enemies here can be quite dangerous, which is why I'm not going to fight them. They're also disgustingly phallic looking. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I always wondered how to move that bookshelf. There we go. That's all there is to it. And then we just want to jump down one of these holes. Doesn't matter which. Not only is this a good strategy to get access to Legard as a party member, but it's also just you speedrunning, getting an extremely strong weapon right away. You pick up the sword, this spectre shows up, you can just run away, and boom, you've got a really strong one-handed sword. And that sword itself can easily take care of the spectre as well. So next time you encounter that spectre, you could just use the sword to take it down. And when you do that, the sword then gets a slight little buff. So we drop down this bit. We're in the deeper thicket. And this bit, there's never any change to layout. It's always the same. You just go through here, up this way, over to the left. And there's also a free soulstone here. And for a couple of the specific endings, there's one of these organs. So while you're down here, you may as well grab that. And then if you come down this way, you gotta be careful. This is a greater mumbler. Oh! These are very dangerous, but we could just run away. And there's so much she missed. Yeah, this game is huge. And the fact that Termina is like arguably way bigger and it's going to be even bigger than it already is, hopefully soon. It's just crazy. Like the amount of content in both these games is astonishing. Here we go. And there goes the Spectre. And just like that, we get the Purified East installed, which extremely good. Has a really high crit rate, has a really high base damage. It's one-handed, so yeah, even if you're missing an arm, you can still use it. And you get a free Book of Enlightenment here as well. So let's play this safe. Just wait for the Night Lich. Enemies can't see you when you're parallel to them. So make use of that cone of vision that they have. Best thing to do here is just wait for the elite guard to turn around. We're just going to run from Crowmauler. And then boom. Legard. We'll just skip through all the dialogue because I did read it earlier. Oh. No, don't come in here. Don't. Oh, Crowmauler. In fact, that was actually kind of perfect. Whew. Okay. And we can just avoid you. And there we go. We're already in a really good position compared to last time because we did break some bones and take a lot of damage last time, so I'm pretty happy about how this is turning out. Let's just go up this way to unlock the door up here and also grab a little bit of loot. Do you need the wiki to find out all of the endings? No. I did my first few playthroughs completely blind, and as long as you're thorough and you explore enough, you can easily figure out how to do most of the endings. If you want like some vague hints, I will say for one of them, just play through the game. For one of them, play through the game with Legard in your party. For one of them, play through the game and find all the organs. And for the other, play through the game and get all the organs and have the girl with you at the very end. They're like the 4 main requirements. What am I doing? What am I doing? Yeah, so we're going to go down to the mines area. Just going to avoid the ghosts. And then obviously when you're doing the ascendings, though, to be fair, it might just be easier to Google how the ascendings work, because some of them are just way too convoluted. There you go, Legard, you can have a longsword. I will do the feast later, actually. So let's come over here and grab the loot over yonder. Because if you remember, we get this free shark teeth, which I think actually is better than the longsword. Yeah, not by much, but just better base damage and the fact that it has the increased crit rate, as far as I'm aware. I'm pretty sure that's one of like the special attributes of it. Find a soulstone. You love to see it. And we'll just grab the potions here. I don't know where Chromala spawned in, but we could just use that explosive file, go through here, pick up these torches. We don't want to light them. Is any given ending canon? So yes. There's quite a few that are speculated to be canon. Just given the way things played out in Termina. I think the Ragnvalder S ending is considered to be canon. The Kahara getting ending A is pretty much agreed that that's canon. Enki getting his S ending is canon. And then with Das, it's a little bit weird. She either got her S ending or she got like one of the B endings. But she could also easily get both her S ending and her B ending in canon. And it will take me far too long to explain what I mean by that. So, yeah, for each character, they do have endings that are most likely canon. Just gonna do the backy strat on this guy again, and then we run past. So let's again talk and get rid of the stick. So we go, which god do you serve? Grogroth. He's impressed that we've got elite ball knowledge. And then we talk again. What can you teach me? Gives us the Eclipse Talisman. Please just take a leg. It took an arm. That's fine. The guard, I guess, doesn't need a shield. The weapon I'm going to give him is one-handed anyway. So. There we go. That's the only risky thing in this run, is we have to do the dialogue with the Yellow Mage to... And I will actually use one of the Soul Stones. We have to do the dialogue to get the Eclipse Talisman. Ring of the Stillblood. Not the best. For the Cave Dwellers with the rocks, I always just like get rid of the arm and then go for the torso. Don't know if it's the most efficient way to deal with them, but you usually like don't take any damage if you do it that way. So we just skip all of this dialogue because I read it earlier. And I'll be quite thorough now. Just grabbing as many items as I can. Legarja looking a little bit weary, but nothing a little bit of blue can't fix. But we're in a pretty good position to just fight enemies now. And all we need to do is pick up that Cube of the Depths. That's, I guess, a trigger point for a lot of events in this game. Obviously, it's what you need to get to Mahab. It's also what... How is that not enough damage to kill? What on earth? There we go. It also allows us to get one of our companions that we want. I didn't mean to use that soul stone, but I'm getting a sorcerer stone back from it. Definitely worth it. And I'll do what I did last time and just swap the equipment here. That all looks good, methinks. Yeah. I'm happy with that. So we just... We'll just kill these lot. A little bit of genocide never hurt anyone. Main thing here is that you want to get rid of the spear. So I don't know why sprites are slightly misaligned here. Don't know if that's part of like the sensor mod. Where do you recruit Rag? He's a little bit of a tricky one. If I remember correctly, what you need to do is obviously encounter him in that like backyard area. Talk to him, source his dialogue there, and then he will move to the thicket, and I believe you recruit him there. I could also be wrong. I will be completely honest with you, Arcane. I never pick up Rag as a companion because he's really bad. He's not... honestly, all characters can work. It's just... Rag's the least useful. I'd literally rather have Moonless than I would Rag. But it's cool to have like the main four in a party. So yeah, pretty sure you just talk to him outside of the thicket and then go into the thicket itself, and he should be recruitable there if I'm not mistaken. But it's been a very long time since I last did that. Take the cupid to the depths, and we'll just fight this bozo as well. Is he that bad? I thought he was the strongest. So the upsides to him is that he has just a naturally higher attack stat, which really good. And that's pretty much where his upsides stop. He doesn't really have very good abilities, and oh my god, Ligard, you better not die here. Oh, thank god. Yeah, he doesn't have really good abilities. He's tedious to recruit, and like playing as him as well, the abilities really, really matter because everyone else is really good. Being able to lockpick and steal, or lockpick or steal, as Kahara, as well as have escape plan, extremely useful. Das having fast stance counter and defensive strike, or defensive stance, really, really good as well. Enki being able to just have spells right off the gate, like Necromancy, incredibly good. And then Rag, you know, he can make it so he just wildly attacks enemies and or makes him the focus of combat. In this sort of game, it's just not a good skill set. And Devour is not as good as you'd think early on. I'm just gonna run from this guy. Now, I say all of this, and I've probably played Reg the most. I do love playing as him, and I think he's awesome as well. He just isn't one of the good options. He does eat his foes, which is cool. But yeah, my first ever playthrough was actually with him. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. I didn't struggle that bad. I struggled a lot. But I didn't struggle that much. You know, it was doable. And obviously I've done his S ending where you have to just defeat every single major enemy / boss. Which, you know, wasn't easy. Definitely like the hardest thing to do in this game. Hardest thing to do in this game that the game encourages you to do. Obviously, the hardest thing to do in this game is probably like beat the entire game as the girl with no limbs. But yeah, Reg S ending was an absolute nightmare to do. Okay, Ligard, you're looking real hurt. But I can't really afford to heal you right now. I will use a Book of Enlightenment here. We're in an okay enough position to just get a save under our belt. So let's do that. I'll just overwrite our beginning save. That'll be absolutely fine. How is that even possible solo? With a lot of difficulty and determination. That's how. For an actual answer, my strat was to basically do what I did here, rush getting the Purified Eastern Sword, hope that RNG is in your favor with getting pretty good equipment, getting some armor and maybe a good accessory, and then what you want to do is you want to go to the Salmon Snake, beat that as soon as, and take its soul. Make sure you got a spare soul stone. Just pick one up while you're in the thicket. And that accessory is gonna like hard carry you through most of your like forced encounters, because it just prevents you from bleeding and losing limbs. It's incredibly good. Limb loss is like the number one thing that will just end a hard mode playthrough. So yeah, that's pretty much all you have to do. And then if you get lucky and get some empty scrolls, give yourself like the White Angel Soul, some good equipment, and yeah, you're pretty set. And then it's just a case of only doing encounters that you need to do. So from here, if we go up this way, we want to go to the like bloody tunnel, the body pits, whatever it's called. It sounds overpowered. Yeah, no, it is. Is it this way that we want to go? I think it may be. So I'm just familiarizing myself with this specific layout. Yeah, because we pull that and then we go left here. We'll do this encounter. The guard might die, but we just saved, so it's fine. So we all want to attack the ballista. And then our attacks will default to the torso. And if we all just go torso, should be dead. This game does have some weird quirks where, like, certain enemies, like the guards, will just persist after they should be dead. You can mostly just ignore it. Anyway, I forget if we need our main character to have the talisman equipped, so I'll just switch things up this way. You wish this game had achievements? Honestly, same. I was actually reading the old dev notes just the other day, and there's one from like an update not too long ago. Well, I say not too long ago, it's like 5 years ago, where Miru is like, oh, yeah, I'm thinking about sorting out some achievements for the game. Also, and it's funny how, oh my god, it's so loud. It's funny how I'm gonna have to turn this down. I absolutely love this theme. It's so good. It's funny how the only achievement that Steam actually has for either of the Fungi games is just a test one that you can only get if you cheat, which I find absolutely hilarious. So, this is Nashara. He is going to be our second mainstay companion. All you need to do is talk to him. Everyone else, they can just guard, I guess. He says, "Oh, what do I see? You seem to possess a eclipse talisman. That means you have slain one of my miserable pupils. Don't let it fool you into thinking that you are anything worthwhile in my eyes because of such a feat. I am the great wizard of the Eastern Sanctuaries, Nashara, the bringer of chaos. I use my pupils like the queen ant uses her workers, just to expand my reign." I say, "Your pupil said you could teach me." And he says, "Well, that miserable worm was wrong." He's summoning something from the darkness. By the way, I don't actually know what that is. I'm just going to chalk it up to Nashra just has a big monster and not question it any further. You still waste your time talking to me? Suit yourself. And yeah, there's not actually any risk in this fight. So, yes, you can have Nashra as a companion. All you need to do is interact with the Yellow Mage, get that Eclipse Talisman. I believe as Kahara you can actually steal the Eclipse Talisman from them, but talking with them and doing the dialogue options is just a guarantee safe way of doing it. And you also need the Cube of the Depths in your inventory from the Cave Dweller Village. Otherwise, he will not even give you the time of day. Can you kill him? No. He is literally immortal. I think people have tried, like, cheating in enough damage to kill him. He just doesn't die. So, there is technically no winning this combat, but you can truce it if you just talk to him like this. Because I admire your foolish bravery. Tell me, why are you here in the darkness? And if you say, I feel like there is something greater waiting in the depths. He says, is that so? I noticed that little cube of yours. I wasn't expecting a worm like yourself to be carrying an item of that big importance. I could give you the honor of kneeling before me if you were interested. And if we say, yeah, I'm interested, he will laugh and then say, too bad I have no body anymore. I would make you perform other tasks as well. Not sure that's disgusting. No, he's talking about, like, giving us a handshake and a high five, because we're now bros. Get your mind out of the gutter, chat. I go by many titles, but you can call me Nashra, the doom and terror of the modern man. I hate the idea that I'd have a brainless maggot like you following me as a pupil, but I might just need you this once. You see, I need to destroy the reign of the new gods. I want to rip off their spines and watch them slump down limp and feeble. I want to watch them bleed while they are being squashed by the very same arrogance that helped them rise to the power. But my strength isn't quite the same as it once was. That's what real homies do, handshakes. I dare not make any more comments. Make no mistake that I could crush you like a worm you are. But to get the job done, I need my body back. There should be a way to do that in the ancient city that's below these ruins. I want you to aid me there. Okay. There we go. We have Nashra on the party. He is, unironically, a brilliant party member. He cannot die as a party member. He is literally immortal. If he hits 0 body, he will just simply wait for combat to be finished and then regen his health back to 1. So he will always have at least 1 HP. He also has no phobias, and he starts with some pretty good spells. Black Orb being the best one that he has. It's genuinely just great. and can be used to trivialize a lot of combat. So, yeah, Nashra, he's very good. The last party member that we'll want to be picking up for this run, we're not going to be getting for a while. I won't spoil who it is, but if you're familiar with the very, very niche characters in this game, you probably already know. But yeah, we'll keep Dart in our company just for the time being, just because she's pretty decent. And action economy in this sort of game is incredibly useful. So, now we've got a full party. We can kind of just go around the the dungeon and just loot a bunch of stuff. Do what we normally do. Let's also ambush Torture. In this run, I will not be getting the Penance Armor. If you don't know what the Penance Armor is, I will be showing where to get it and how to get it. But I will not be equipping it. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. There's a very specific reason why I will not be getting it, and that is purely because it locks us out of turning ourselves into the thing I want to be. But the Penance Armor is an amazing armor piece. You can either get it normally through doing Torture's questline, which just basically requires you to ret out a bunch of characters, do Torture, and then he gives you a secret key. There is loose rocks here. If you have enough tinder boxes, which they're not hard to come by, all you need to do is light every single torch on this part of the map. That will then unlock the loose stones, revealing a secret place. I will show that now, actually. Hello, Buckman. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just here to take your bed sheets. Oh, leave me alone. We could save. But no. Do we have a better heal yet? No. At this point, I will just use a single blue vial on Legard, just to keep him from dying immediately, and I will feed him some blueberries. So, if I remember correctly, I think there is maybe one loadout, not loadout, layout that makes it so it's impossible to light all of the wall torches here. Also Human Hydra, hello. But fortunately, I don't think... Oh, is this one of the ones that stop us from doing it? Let's take down this guard. We now have the damage capabilities to do so. And I'll show off Nashra being goated. Let's do hurting on the head. And yeah, just like that. Pretty easily can take down the guards now. Getting a bunch of limbs from that guard is actually really useful, because there will be a very specific weapon we will be going after. And we can afford to take as much permanent damage on both Das and ourselves, because we are going to become a marriage. There we go. That's another one of the little sconces lit. We want to be very careful of that elite guard. Let's fight this priest. This priest, this one specifically, sometimes just doesn't spawn. And I don't know what it is that causes it to actually appear. But single priest, not really that dangerous. So we've already lit that one, and then I think this one might be the last one. Yeah, you hear something activate, you light the torch. Mwahaha. Wonder what that could be. I'll just quickly loot all these bookshelves. I like to save my lucky coins for around about this point, where we come back and loot the bookshelves. Alchemy Volume 1, that is nice. And we also want to interact with, I believe, this book. Book pages number 1. Very important. Let's go double tails on this one. Empty scroll. You love to see it. So with that empty scroll, we can get mastery over insects. Which, just so I don't forget. Oh, we don't have the quill. We can get our steal ability though, because we got the Book of Forgotten Memories, so we'll just quickly grab that. And let's just backtrack over here. I'll show that secret room from lighting all the sconces. Ah. Tails. It never fails. This is perfectly fine. Hey, we got our quill. Empty scroll. So. Oh Lord. Teach. Mastery. There we go. So we can now make a start with the Cockroach King quest. And I can show off like all the little like bugs who just talk to you. Some of them do give you items as well, which is nice. Let's use an explosive file here. Iron arrow. Not really going to be that useful, but I mean we have it just in case now. We've replenished our tinderboxes, which is nice. I will tear this, and you know what? Let's try and save. That's unfortunate. Alright, who's going to jump me in this locked cell? That is now unlocked. Don't really have to worry about the prison guard. And I'm not going to waste Nasha's mind. We will just... yeah, just attack him normal-like. And turn 2, guards, as long as they have their right arm, they'll always do a coin flip attack. If you guard, you just avoid it. Obviously the game doesn't give you like a tutorial or anything, so a lot of the time people just don't know this. But yeah, you can avoid all coin flip attacks by just guarding. Just leave and re-enter. Come back in here. Try and save again. There we go. It's a very nice save. Because now we have our mastery. And we've got our current full party. Like I say, DAS isn't necessarily going to be kept. here, I will actually show something off. So I'll just give an example. With these iron bars, we're probably not going to be able to break them down. I will check. Our damage output's pretty alright, actually. Yeah, we can. So once you've got like a full party, you can easily break down most of the doors. There's one that you can't break down. And I know we're blind here, but there's a corpse here just at the end of this corridor with a giant pair of scissors. You can take them, it's a free bone shears, and then as you're running out, a bunch of ghosts spawn. But you can easily avoid them by just leaving. Iron Shakespeare. Massive pushover. Hold on. I'd rather not do this. No, let's do it. So, if you steal from it, there's a good chance you can get an empty scroll, I'm pretty sure. And... why is there no music for this fight? Oh, there is. It was just really quiet. Oh yeah, because I turned down the game a bunch because of the bois. There we go. Yeah, Ligard, just attack torso. Das, attack torso, and then Nashara, this is the real juice. We can show off how good Black Orb is. So steal, what do we get? What do we get? A quill. Which is fine. The Iron Shakespeare does not have a lot of health on its torso. So by the time you get even just 3 party members, you can pretty easily take him down. And the Soulstone is a pretty good defense upgrade. So I'm just going to put that on myself for the time being. And am I happy with what the guard has at the moment? That was quick, you're not wrong. Welcome back, Luca. We've already made pretty good progress on the Funga 1 side of things. I think this is the lady who was on like the top right of the loading screen. A maiden and a crow. That would make the most sense to me. And this is basically like a free save point as well, this bed specifically. I'm not going to use it. Not right now, just because we just saved. Don't need to. But it's there. Did you miss the I don't know moment? No, we're coming up to that. So, you've actually arrived at pretty much the perfect time. But there's lots of loot here. Oh yeah, we've progressed this quest a bit. You were sane, I gather. Even if I may seem winded and wounded, I can still pack a deadly blow or two. So don't get any ideas. Hold it, Seymour. I know this one. This one is one of the good ones. Ah, I see. Yeah, these guys have a whole quest line, which I've done once. It's fun to experience it. I'm not going to do it on this playthrough. At least I'm not going to go out of my way to do it. I might accidentally end up doing it. But the reward you get from it is like kind of meh. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure yeah, you get 40 silver coins just straight away here, which will be useful. Don't get it twisted, that will be very useful. But the like final reward for doing like the whole quest line is a good item. But by the time you do the whole quest line, you might already have the item. But it's a guaranteed source of it, so yeah, can't really complain. It's just a lot of work. So, this is why I named myself, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I've set up the joke correctly here. So if we come down here, it's a path that a lot of people don't realize exists. We get this grave that says, "Here is a tombstone. Here lies, I don't know." Yeah, that's the joke. And yeah, you dig it up and there's your corpse. Gravestone's not sure who's actually buried here, but it's us. Let's quickly loot these crates. Nice. Oh, we're a bit low on the food side of things. That should be fine. So, Black Witch. Purposely fighting it. Don't worry. Because it is an absolute pushover. I believe just a greater hurting to the head will just kill it. Yeah. Pretty easy. Who? The witch likes it seems. Yeah, to be fair, at least someone's laughing. Alright, let's put a bit of food in everyone. Alright, you can have a big old pie. Ligard, you can have some meat. And Das, you can have a bit of bread. And I'm going to save one of the pieces of bread for something later. But if we come up here, a little book here goes into this silly little thing, and I can talk to him. My master, my rotten home, there was something shiny. Yeah. We're just talking to books now. By the way, are you using pad or a keyboard and mouse to play this? I'm using a little Xbox 360 controller. I just really enjoy being able to like lean back in my chair and like have good posture while I'm playing. So it's like I suppose like controls don't really matter for this sort of game, but for maximum comfort, I am using a controller. So, really cool thing I'm going to show off. Not only getting Ligard is really nice because you can get him really early on, he's a decent companion, and you know, it's just unique to have him around. Because he's actually kind of insanely goated, he starts with an ability called Leg Sweep. This door, you can only really unlock if oh wait, can we not fight the door? Ah yeah, here we go. You can only normally unlock it after killing Crowmauler. However, I don't know why this works the way it does, but if you leg sweep, which obviously normally just cuts off, like instantly destroys legs, believe it or not, It instantly destroys doors. So, just like that, we can force our way into this place. You miserable mortal worm. You wish to use me. Sound seems to come from the sword that's on the top of the carcasses. Chaos, pain, and misery. Those are the reasons I was created. Do you want me? Yeah? Very well. You take miasma with you. Yeah, I feel like with just any RPG like this, just playing on controller is just so much cozier as well. So yeah, miasma, one of the best weapons in the game. It's got crazy good base stats. The only downside to it is you have miasma events, which cause you to go on a bloody rampage, killing everyone, and or causing your party members to go crazy. One of the few people who can wield miasma without any repercussions is Lagarde. So, yeah, he's just going to be holding miasma this whole playthrough. If his mind is low enough, he can still have the event take place, but he'll just basically say, "Nah, I'm built diff." So yeah. All right, no worries, Flash. You take care. Thank you for being here anyway. I actually haven't played The Witcher 1 yet. I've got it in my library, and of course I played The Witcher 3. But I've got 1 and 2 just sitting there collecting dust. So I'll probably get around to them at some point. The amount of games I've got that I need to get through is ridiculous. By the way, I'm a strong believer of Tails never fails. I'm just going ahead because it's quicker. Chainmail Hood is really nice though. So defensively, Kahara is stacked. 121 defense is crazy good. And honestly, Lagarde is doing pretty decent. You can keep the Sorcerer's Stone. I find it weird that you can't put head armor on Nashra because, like, surely that's the one thing he can equip. But no. Not allowed, apparently. So, let me just quickly think as to what I want to do now. I suppose what we'll do is we will start the Cockroach King quest. May as well just do that now. And also we did pick up a Purifying Talisman. If we've got a spare, I will just use it now, but there is a certain place I do want to use it later. Yeah, we've already got the one, so not going to unlock the Hexen just yet. Just going to avoid all of this. I will deal with all these enemies and like all that jazz later. By the way, I'm avoiding Reg's like trigger point just because I just don't want to bother with him right now. I think we should be fighting against the dogs. Look, God, why are you still hungry? Brother is a glutton. the guard, come on. Oh, that's annoying. We'll just reset. Save was a little bit ago, but we haven't lost that much progress, don't worry. It was just here, so it's just the Iron Shakespeare, and then picking up Miasma. That's actually the only progress we lost. Because a lot of that time, I was just yapping. This time, we'll steal and see if we get an empty scroll. Because I'm pretty sure it's a 50-50 whether or not you get an empty scroll or you get the quill. Ah! That is very nice. I will use that empty scroll to... I don't know what I want to give myself. I mean, White Angel's probably the best thing to give myself. I'm pondering. I'll save it for now. We don't have to use it right away. It's not like we need to use it anyway. I'll just use those. May as well be thorough and just do everything here as well. But yeah, because just to like focalize my thoughts a bit more. What I was considering using that empty scroll for is Phase Step, which obviously allows you just to no-clip. It's a hidden ability, and it's very useful. Other option was to use it to basically speed up the process of me getting our last companion, which I'm not going to do. Just because I think it's a bit more interesting to get it the legitimate way. And it gives us a reason to explore an area that not many people do. And then my last thought is, like I say, getting a White Angel Soul, which just basically means we'll be absolutely fine in combat for a while. Thank you for the money, but I'll save it for the time being. First time you saw the Nashara encounter, you knew this game was someone else. True, true, true. I actually didn't encounter Nashara in my first playthrough, like at all. So did I just roll heads and not get anything there? Yeah, because the game told me, don't interact with this, it's a bad idea. And I went, good point. And so I didn't interact with it any further. And then after like my first big playthrough where I got like a couple of the endings, I got curious. I went onto the wiki and I was like, oh, I wonder like who the recruitable characters are. And I just saw like the floating head and I was like, who the hell is this guy? So then eventually I found out that you could encounter him and recruit him. Both of which, very cool. And obviously, like the Nashara encounters, usually the... By the way, I'm just going to put leg guards on ourselves. I guess I'll just give Darcy that. Yeah, usually the Nashara encounters when people hear like the pulsing anxiety boss music first. But mine was Baltiel, I think. And I can't lie, just like going down into like his never-ending library, going into the darkness, and then a giant yellow head appearing, and the music going, "Wah," was like actually insane. Here lies, I don't know. And the witch finds it hilarious. Hello, Worm. We finished Funga 2. And we are doing a bit of Funga 1. We've got 3 beautiful ladies and Nashira. I'm just about to pick up Miasma. And ignore the fact that Legard's missing an arm. And I've got a little notepad with just a little guide for us to follow. I used an empty scroll already to give myself mastery of insects, so we're going to be talking to a lot of bugs, which I'm sure you're going to love, Worm. And Legard is mogging. You are right. Does anything do that kind of transition at any point anywhere? What do you mean, Luca? Pick that up. Ooh. Why am I avoiding these? We've literally got like a whole squad. Whoa. So an enemy that had a baby that moves towards you. Oh yeah. The uterus. They're cool. And also really weird and troubling. Yeah, well, I don't know if you know about this little strat. Legard is awesome because he starts with leg sweep, and leg sweep just instantly destroys any door that you fight. So there we go. And then we can just collect the miasma right away. And it really is just crazy how not only does Legard help you get the miasma, he's also the best person to put the miasma on, because he's just not affected by the negatives of it. So there we go. Oh, you mean the visuals in the yeah, no, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, like the babies with the uterus, probably the only other thing that really does that. Obviously, there's other bosses that have like phase transitions where, you know, they change in some way. But in terms of just like just the sprite change of them like approaching or anything like that, I think it's just Nashra and the babies. But there's one of the final bosses has a lot of visual changes as it goes through its phases. And oh my god, it's so cool. It's like, oh. I'm not even gonna bother talking to this guy. Oh my god, yeah. Dog jump scare. Let's just get everyone to attack like that. Legard, you better not die here. Okay, we've got a little bit more healing stuff. Let's just go for the guard, like a little bit of blueberries. That's a little bit of healing. And we got an infected foot. Don't really want to have an infected foot. I'm not going to cure it right now. Because I'm going to do a little something. Let us just do this. Oh, that's nice. That's smooth. So there was another little bug over here. Master, it comes, the fearsome crow. We can cook some raw meat. After you beat the salmon snake in the mines, if you have skinning tools, you can actually skin a bunch of meat from it. And then you can cook that meat, and honestly, pretty much just sets you for most of the run. So, really useful. Oh, a rusty nail's fine, actually. Leave that poor salmon snake alone. Never. Passages of Mahab, that is huge. Okay, we are in a brilliant position. We also can't see. In fact, watch this. Bed. And I will save. We will simply just succeed. Boom. It's just that easy. Uh-oh. 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 Turn on my torch. Okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. Snake talks about beating one. What did he even do wrong? I'll tell you what he did wrong. He killed Moonless in one of my playthroughs at least once. So, you know, mess with the wolf and you get the snake. Yeah, just attack left arm. Beautiful. Easy peasy. Get a small key. How many soul stones do we have? We've only got the one. So I will save that. Let's do something funny, shall we? Just open up this. This is one of the more unusual layouts that you can get in this area. Iron mace. Not particularly useful, but hey, it's something. Now whereabouts is it? Like I say, this is one of the more unusual layouts. Yeah, just leave this area. PNG streams is such a good idea. Oh yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it is extremely hot in the UK, and I am barely clothed, so you know it's nice not having to put on a webcam. You know, I can just sit here with like my shirt unbuttoned, like wearing shorts, and just be chilling. But you know, when you got like a little PNG, you know, it's the same every day. I do want to try and make like a proper like VTuber avatar. Um, never really been into like VTubers and VTubing, but I think it's cool, and I think it'd be really cool to give it a try as well. It's just hurting his head, just to make sure we don't actually die here. But it's nice as well, just like rather than you just watching straight up gameplay, you've got a little something. And it kind of like borders the game nicely as well. Okay, watch this. I'm going to do something absolutely awesome. I'm going to take this bone saw and I'm going to saw off Das's arms. The snake is charming and it fits me. Oh, thank you. I've always had a deep affinity for snakes. There we go. She's armless. Well, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. Don't panic. I'm going to do it to myself as well. Now, you might think I've just actually gone crazy. And you may be right. Yeah, like I just saw my shit off clean. Thank you. Let me, just to play it safe, let's just unequip everything on both characters. We're getting naked. Because we are now going to have a really awkward, armless lovemaking session. Not with Nashra. Yes, with Daz. Main reason why I'm playing as Kahara, because you can kind of just make love to anyone and anything. And yeah, we just do like a nice little dance, because it's the sensor mod. So we get a bit of affinity, and we become a marriage. This is not the final step, however. So I'll just leave the name as the marriage. We'll have an opportunity to rename ourselves. Also, I do really appreciate the immersive sensor mod for just having the slight bit of clothing just to cover up the genitalia. Really nice. It works extremely well. The game honestly could have just had that from the beginning. But yeah, there goes Stars. And we've cured all of the issues we were having from that. Also, we do just basically have like a full set of plate armor. And also, yeah, I love like all this unique animations of like your party members just sawing off each other's arms. Really funny. So, we're now a party member short. However, that's not really an issue. Oh yeah, we should have prayed at this and then made love. Sorry, that was a complete blunder on my end. I will admit fault there. But we can fill that slot with the girl. The girl's not going to be a mainstay. I hate to say it. She is not long for this world. I'm not going to do the most evil thing with her, but I'm going to do something pretty bad. Did the creator ever say why it's like that? It might have done. I'm actually not sure. Again, I'm just hurting the head. girl does so much damage. There we go. Nothing left there. We'll do a coin flip here. And get nothing. Got skeletal arm, which we can give to the girl, so she can actually do more than absolutely 0 damage. And we can use this school later on to get our final stage of marriage, a polycule, if you will. But so that will be our 3 main party members. Me as a fully done marriage, Legard, Nashra, and then there'll be one more. So like, let's push past death metal album covers. Helps it get viral for sure. I mean, yeah, true. It's got like that shock value. We don't talk to them. To be fair, I just forgot that you can do that with the ghouls. If we're being completely honest. We've got Isaiah here. We're just going to kill him. But he's an important part of this route. So we are going to kill him quickly. I will black orb him as well. Yeah, just one shot. There we go. The reason why he's so important is because we want the maps. And also, the Iron Mask is really good. We'll equip that onto you. Give the guards that. The guard, I'm sorry. I'm just letting you starve at the moment. Here, have some grilled meat. There we go. That topped him up. You're dead. Get back to it. True, true. Okay, so let me just double check. Yeah, we still only got the one. Now we will do one more thing. I know I said I was going to do the Cockroach King quest like 10 minutes ago. By the way, did I actually show? No, I got like so distracted. We lit all the sconces in this part of the map. Unlocks this bit. Little hidden area. Not many people know about it. Unless you're like a turbo nerd like myself. It's got a door. You don't even get the option to try and bash it down. If you do the Torture's questline, you get the key to get in there, and then you can get a suit of armor called the Penance Armor. It is the best armor in the game, but it causes you to permanently be bleeding, and you cannot unequip it. Now, permanent bleeding sounds bad, but the salmon snake soul just makes it so you don't have to worry about bleeding ever, because you're just immune to it. Okay, it's this layout. So we come up here. Hello, pocket cat. I want to die. Life is peculiar when you're peculiar. Anyway, I'm just going to skip through all of Pocket Cat's dialogue. We've talked to Pocket Cat many times. I'll say light to him. And he is going to be really creepy about the girl. And we are just going to give the girl away. We have no use for the girl. Not in this playthrough. So give me the Necronomicon. Because we do have use for that. And he will start rubbing his pocket. And the girl will be trembling. We are a horrible human being for that. Also, in case you didn't know, cave gnomes, they don't trigger the encounter if you stand still. And we're going to cross this bridge and encounter Moonless. We'll pick up Moonless. Moonless is not a mainstay, unfortunately. I love her, but she will join us for a good while. Just because I like the company. I like Moonless. Who doesn't like Moonless? To recruit Moonless, really easy, just in case you didn't know. You just talk to her. Make sure you have at least 2 bits of rotten meat. And you can offer. Do it again. And then you can let her join. There we go. Gonna draw her again today. Nice. I look forward to seeing it, Worm. I actually started a drawing of Moonless just the other week that I need to finish. It was specifically Termina Moonless, with a very petrified looking Darn, trying to avoid her wrath. Mainly just practice for a more like intense perspective and like, I guess, scening, framing, composition. Because I don't draw nearly enough. We may as well poke this guy. We may as well say hi to the priest. Do I post it anywhere? No. I draw a lot, but I just never post any of it. Very much a case where I just draw for myself and try and, I guess, hone my craft. But I probably should start posting my art. I'm just lazy about it. That's the priest down. Purifying talisman. That's nice. We can... And a soulstone. We can go back this way. Just gonna ignore that elite guard. And we can unlock this. Yeah, unless my art has like a specific use for like the public eye, I just never share it with people. Here we go. Ingard is really good. And we have access to loving whispers and pheromones. Now you might think pheromones on Nashra is really good. It doesn't work. So, and it intentionally doesn't work. So even though you can have an immortal party member, it is not something you can exploit. But let's put a point into On Guard, because it's nice, and let's take a Loving Whispers, just because we can, and let's actually use those or a Loving Whispers on the card. There we go. It's like karaoke for you. Yeah, true, real. I've been trying to get better at singing because I do a lot of music as well. Again, I don't share my music. I Here's a bit of A for lore. I used to have a muse, we'll say. Someone who very much inspired me to make a lot of my music. And they're pretty much the only person I actually ever shared anything with. So, yeah, I've written quite a lot, composed and stuff, but I've just never shared it to like the general public. I don't really have a reason why I haven't. I guess I made it for the sole purpose of just one person to listen to. And then, like, since that person listened to it, it's like, okay, cool. No one else needs to hear this. But recently, a lot of my music has been more just for myself and just making music for the sake of making music. I'm thinking of making an art Twitter today to post some stuff. Well, we should absolutely do it. Also, with the immersive sense of mod, the bunny masks are just dancing. How nice. I'll do a dance now, just for the sake of it. I'll forget otherwise. So, there we go. We've raised our Sylvian affinity a bit more. Get some blue herbs. It's just fun to learn, true. And also, when I'm not directly writing music, I still have plenty of instruments to play and get better at. I've been playing so much bass recently. And I've been very much enjoying it as well. Oh. Stock's still around. Only problem with bass, though, is I keep trying to learn really hard songs. But it's, like my thoughts are, if I go for, let me move this marked territory. If I go for harder songs to learn, then surely I should be improving quicker. And to be fair, I have seen a notable improvement in my playing. That's what trying to be a new Les Claypool does to you. You only have Alberton. I only have Cubase. I got a free subscription with one of my keyboards, which, to be fair, it works. It's not. I've got no issues with it. All I do is like MIDI stuff anyway. Am I into audio gear? Things like IAMs. That's where my knowledge starts to wane. I need to find like someone who can teach me the stuff that I don't know. Because I've got a friend who is a producer, and he's also very like techie when it comes to his music. Moonless, don't do. Oh, I was hit natural. That's fine. So I should probably just like reach out to him and be like, dude, how do you mix? How what equipment do I need? What's what? Because yeah, no, like I'm very much like living in the Stone Age with my music. I have a guitar, I have a bass, I have a loop pedal, I have an amp, and I have Cubase and a keyboard. And I do have a drum pad as well, actually. I mean, I was actually going to scream at you if you bit the head again. Okay, for this layout, thank you, Moonless. You can private message me some models to read about. Absolutely, go ahead. I am not going to say no. Okay, yeah, it's up this way, and then it should be this hole that we want to jump down. If I'm not mistaken, no, I might be mistaken. I can never remember this layout. We get some free opium though from that little bug. Who was married? It was me and Das. And before they got married, I cut off my own arms and her arms, so we have a whole bunch of arms. That'll be useful later. No, maybe not today though, because it's 11 PM. Fair. There we go. Right, Cockroach King is over that way, so we need to do another loop. Who went down the wrong hole? Which is fine, because it just gives me time to loop what I missed. Did the marriage combinations matter? Nope. All results in the same like marriage stats, and the only thing that really matters is your starting character, because I believe Enki struggles to do a marriage with people because he's so ugly. The game's words, not mine. Kahara is like the complete opposite. Like he's just so good looking and so easy that he would just make love to anything. If you try and make love to Nashara, you will just get an instant game over. Nashara is the floating head. He's not ugly. Well, that's just simply the reason the game gives. I'm not saying it's true. We like a goth twink in this household. Me saying that is just Obama giving himself the medal. I mean, no, I'm a little sleepy snake. What am I doing? What am I doing? May as well just like loot up this area. Should have no issues with that. Ugly ass Enki. I find it so funny as well because I'm pretty sure he used to be like way uglier. Um, in like a really early version, he was just like actually terrifying looking. And then Miro was like, oh, maybe I should make him a bit prettier. Some silver coins. We probably have maxed out coins, if I had to guess. Yeah, we do. So any other like coin drops we get, I'm just gonna get rid of them. There we go. Oh, nice one. You've posted to Reddit. Yippee. I feel like Reddit's one of those social medias that I should probably use more often than I do. Because I just don't touch it. I used to use it loads when I was a teenager. And I just kind of got sick of it. Ah, Funga fan, good to see you again. Will only be here shortly. No worries. Good to see you anyway. Have you been okay? You only use it to help. Oh, well, okay, okay. Sorry, I completely misread that message. Um, I read that as you only use it to help with sexting your tarantulas. But no, yeah. Um, oh, jeez. It's been a long day. I'm not a dirty-minded freak. Well, you'll want to talk. What the hell is this guy doing? Go get this ghoul out of here. Let's actually talk to it. Make friends with the ghoul. They don't have phones. Look, I don't know that. I don't have tarantulas. I don't have your tarantulas. I don't know what you give them. Well, I know you might give them phones. Also, I pressed the wrong dialogue option. God, I'm tilted. Chat, I'm tilted. Always the Sylvian mindset. Alright, no worries, Funga fan. You take care. Nice of you to pop in anyway. There we go, that clears that. It's getting a hold of you. Oh no, it isn't. Boop. May as well eat as well. Let's just have some dried meat, shall we? Let me save. Ah. There we go. That's a nice, comfortable save there. So, let's loop back to the top. Quickest way is probably this way. Marriage is ugly. I don't know. I kind of frick with it. Marriage is a beautiful thing, Arcane. Beautiful and ugly. I will say the like final marriage is actually horrifying in all the best ways. This one, yeah, that's just a fit they them, I guess. Just gonna ignore you. I'm going the wrong way. Hi, Inky. Hi, Inky. Oh yeah, Mike's still here. Gotta take the good with the bad. True, true, true. Did I sacrifice Buckman? No. He is safe and sound. I just killed Torture pretty much immediately. You seem familiar with evil. Blah, 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 blah. I don't care. It's a shame you can't just pick up the dagger. I'm not going out of my way to do the Bookman quest, but if it ends up working out that way, then it ends up working out that way. Do we want to go this way? By the way, gamer tip. If you're not sure where the passages here are, there is barely visible. Wait, can you see my mouse? There is barely visible a couple of pixels above where an entranceway would be. Here we go. So through hidden passageway, through another hidden passageway, in a hidden area, twofold, we have, I'm going to turn on a torch just so we can see him in all of his glory, the Cockroach King. I mean, was just pissed on it. The Cockroach King is cool. A few people have probably encountered them in their playthroughs. Nothing crazy there. However, I feel like not everyone actually does the full quest. So, since we have mastery over insects, we can actually talk to it. Greetings! Greetings! It appears you understand us. But alas, you are not one of us. Not just yet, at least. Tell me, oh filthy human, do you want to kneel in front of me? Yeah, sure. Your humility pleases me. I might just make you one of our kind one day, yes. But for now, you are a peasant. Say it, say that you are my peasant. I am your peasant. Can one post a link? Yeah, it should be able to. I've reduced like the how strict automod is, so I think you should be able to post a link. It might flag it, but I'll allow it. Peasant, there is a lowly being on the upper levels, a wretched being who wishes to be like us. The being wants to soar the skies, but we cannot allow that. Not from someone as miserable as him. Murder that being. I want to see its blood flow, and I shall reward you. Okay. So now we just do the big loop all the way back up. Oh yeah. You could just go into the wall here. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. Mirror just couldn't be asked to fix that. When people pointed out it was a bug. He was too busy making literally the best game ever made. So, he gets a pass. Oh yeah, let me have a look at this. Actually. Oh my god, that's so good. It's so funny as well. I absolutely love that. God, you got the like shading style and everything down to a T. Well done, Worm. Well done. Absolutely remarkable. How long have you been drawing, Worm? Because I have been very on and off with my own artwork to the point where I guess I could say I've been drawing for a decade, but it doesn't show. I still feel like I'm very much an amateur. So we have to kill the butterfly for the cockroach king. Butterfly is one of two enemies you can very easily farm the pinecone pig off of. So, yeah. We're not going to do any pinecone pig farming in this playthrough just because why on earth would I stream me farming pinecone pig drops? No one wants to watch that. But it is something you can do. So you just get infinite items and, yeah, it's pretty much just a win. On and off as well for most of your life. Never took classes or anything. Never actually learnt the basics. Just free ball. Valid. Obviously I did art at school. In the UK we have what we call GCSEs. So when you're like 14 through to 16, that's when you do your GCSEs. It's just your like standard education. I did art for that. It was, I mean, it didn't really help that much. And then I spent like an entire summer when I was like 16, just doing nothing but drawing and like learning how to do like anatomy and stuff. And I didn't really get, like, I definitely got a lot better. But there's still just so many gaps in my knowledge that like I'm still not a competent artist. At least not in the way that I want to be. And I feel like there's still like a huge gap in what I like and what I can do currently with my art. But yeah, Cockroach King, we did it. He says we shall raise in rank, and we're now a noble. We get affinity with the god of the depths. And he has one more task: an outsider in these dungeons, one with magical properties. His people have always wanted a new flesh of a home that has magical properties. Murder this long fair-haired priest of destruction, and should be rewarded. So yeah, we have to kill Enki, unfortunately, which is why we haven't bothered going to Mahab, because Enki becomes a marriage if you do that. So sorry, Worm. Is it too personal to ask how old I am? It is too personal, Luca. Gotta have some mystery. I'll just say I'm in my 20s. I'm not that old, but I'm not that young either. So you've got essentially, what, a 1 in 10 chance to guess my age right. I won't confirm if you get it right. I like having certain parts about me just be completely unknown. Is Aether my real name? Am I actually a snake? Am I actually playing Fear and Hunger right now? Or is this just a pre-recorded video? I mean, if it's pre-recorded, it's kind of impressive that I'm doing live commentary over it, especially because I know what I'm about to do here is go left, right, left, right, left, right, up. Anyway, Enki. I'm just gonna jump you. Look at this moldy looking man. Let's just attack his torso. He is not going to be surviving this. Needle warm. Warm. I was actually about to say something just so bad. I am going to keep my mouth shut. A 1,000-year-old snake named Kevin. You know it. You're right on the money. You got me. But yeah, there goes Enki. Rest in peace. He will be missed. Like literally, we turned him into red mist. He's gone. He is dead. And he is never coming back. We are also slightly starving, so let's give the guard that. Let's give our girl some nommies, and we can have some bread ourselves. Cockroach King. There is an outsider in these dungeons, one with magical properties. What? Chat. Am I being gaslit right now? Did we not just kill Enki? Hold on. To the wiki. Cockroach King. What if you talk to the Cockroach King as Enki? He pretty much just tells you to kill the butterfly and then refuses to talk to you further after that, so you can't actually do the full quest as Enki. Alright, let me just quickly have a read. Obviously it's easy for me to talk to you and I'm near 30. Yeah, I mean, I don't really struggle talking with anyone. I feel like I'm pretty easy to talk to. And a lot of my interests kind of betray my own age. When I talk to people about Star Trek, they're like, sorry, how old are you? When I tell people one of my favorite decades of music is the 50s. I'm an old soul. I listen to Fleetwood Mac. Let me have a look on the wiki here. It doesn't seem like... Second task is to kill Enki unless the player is playing as him. Each quest raises affinity with the God of the Depths upon completion. So... killed Enki, the Cockroach King or in progress. Oh, chat, I messed up. You have to specifically kill Enki when he's on level 7 of the dungeon. Like when he's down near that ritual circle. If you kill him in the first library, it bugs out the quest. No pun intended. So, yeah. I mean, when was our last save? It wasn't that long ago, was it? I will check. You want to watch Star Trek? Honestly, it is so good. The original series, I'm not like huge on. I feel like it's not aged the best. But yeah, we haven't lost that much progress whatsoever. But the next generation, really, really good. Easily my favorite. And thank you, Moonless. On top of that, Deep Space Nine, really underrated. I haven't really touched Voyager and any of the series like after that, but you know, Deep Space Nine and The Next Generation, I absolutely adore. Not an album from your library from the 50s. You're missing out. You're missing out. Honestly, I've actually been shamed so many times for listening to like crooner music. But I can't help it. I love it. Yes, I am evil. Leave me alone. So what I'll do, just because stream has been quite a lengthy one, I will do the Cockroach King quest, do it properly, and once we've done that, we'll save up, and then we can save the rest of this run for possibly tomorrow. Good chance I'll end up streaming around the same time. But let's try and get this quest done first. And then after this quest we'll have... What will we have? We'll pretty much just have Mahab to do, picking up a unique... Quite a lot of unique items and exploring unique areas that not many people have seen. And then also getting our last party member. So yeah, we've got plenty to do on that next stream. But let's finish up doing this cockroach quest. And while, since we've talked about music, I can't lie, I really just want to practice some more bass. I've been learning quite a few tricky songs recently. I absolutely adore Primus, so still currently working on learning Lack Ahead, which is just rhythmically a really hard song to learn. Hey Enki, who are you? All right, that should be enough to uh, do that, and then we can kill him. And what else have I been learning on bass that's surprisingly difficult? The Chainsaw Man opening theme, Kickback. I'm getting there with that one. I only started just a couple of days ago, but I think I've got like the main like slap riff down, which is actually really fun to play. And another weeby one. I absolutely adore the band Maximum the Hormone, and they've got a song called Ningen MP, which, well, you'd probably really dig that song. That's Ningen MP by Maximum the Hormone. It has an absolutely nuts bass line. So I'm dead excited to like actually finally get that one down so I can like just show off essentially. Library's done. Only Name Your Price Bandcamp albums can be added. And you've heard some of their stuff before, so you check them out. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so yeah. That bit still works. That's good. You know, I was also thinking of maybe doing a music stream at some point. Like, probably... Wait, did I talk to the Cockroach King again to trigger his thing? I'm going to play the safe. I'm going to do a full loop round first before I kill Inky. And just make sure. Oh, you're from Russia. That, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Hey, everyone's welcome here. But yeah, I might do a music stream at some point. Even if it's literally just me practicing. Well, I don't think I've actually told you who my favorite band is. I absolutely adore System of a Down. They are easily my favorite band, and I know most of their discography on guitar. In fact, one of the first songs I ever learned on guitar was Aerials. So, yeah. Pretty cool. If I was actually playing a few of their songs earlier today. I only recently learned how to play chop suey. I don't know why I put off learning that one of all things for as long as I did. One of my favorites to play, which is really hard rhythmically, is Highway Song. Because Steel is such an underrated album of theirs, and a Highway Song is easily like a top 5 song of theirs. So I had to learn how to play that one. And thank God I do, because it is awesome. Used to be obsessed with them. Nice, nice, nice. I thought you would have liked them, given the amount of overlap we have when it comes to music anyway. So that it reminds me of someone bad in my life, but they are good. Yeah, that is a bit of a shame. I mean, I've had that with a few bands where, you know, or like certain songs even, where they're just tied to quite unfortunate parts of my life. So it just makes it hard to listen and enjoy as I used to. Do I like Deftones? Of course. I think I will say I think they're incredibly overrated, but I do like them. Um, what did I say in John's chat that one time? I said it in like another person's chat. Sometimes sometimes you just gotta listen to like a Mexican guy moan in your ear, which is so true. Like, I, I do just really dig Deftones. Attack Enki. I don't want to talk to them. Yeah, that's it. Also, big gripe I have with Deftones. It's not anything against Deftones themselves. It's against just people who know of Deftones. Why is every single like performative male out here trying to pick up goth girls by saying, "Oh, I listen to Deftones"? It's like, yeah, you and like everyone who's above the age of 20, probably. Like, if you're gonna be performative, mention a band like Carcass for God's sake. Candlemass. Bust out some like actual good picks. So this is coming from like a level 10 performative male. I'm not performative. I just actually like more goth oriented music. I just like music. And if that's performative, then I guess I guess I guess I'm just a jester. It's the liking piece. Yeah. I don't know, I find shoegaze just as a genre just really easy listening. Easy listening if you're very much into like your metal, and still pretty easy to get into if you're not. And that's not to say it's like milk toast and boring or anything like that. Like absolutely not. Aha, here we go. We are now a knight. And yeah, that is the Cockroach King thingy done. Ah, yeah. I guess we're not doing that quest line. Accidental helmet mentioned. With I always get it twisted. Is it the drummer from Helmet who's in Tomahawk? Is anyone from Helmet in Tomahawk? Because I know they're like a supergroup. I can just never remember who it is. It is the drummer from Helmet. Yeah, he's so good. And then is it the one guy from? Yeah, I was about to say the bassist from Melvin's, who's also really good. Really like planning for Barry on other experimental bands. I also really like experimental bands. I mean, I was saying this last stream, I like the Residents, which are an acquired taste, let's say. Saw them live with Guar and it was badass. I'm so jealous. I'm actually so goddamn jealous. Definition is just an easy, do you like X? Hey, I love talking about music, so literally just ask me the simplest questions and about music, and I'll be like, yes, 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 yes. All right, let's save up. Couldn't find town. I'm going to see Guar again in November. Oh, we are a world away, a world apart. I think the plane ticket on its own is going to cost me an arm and a leg. So, as much as I'd love to, unless I get filthy stinking rich by November, it's probably not going to happen, unfortunately. But on that note, thank you everyone for sticking around and keeping me company. We will be continuing this tomorrow, most likely. Probably at the same time. And yeah, I hope everyone has a lovely afternoon, evening, night, morning, whatever time it is. And I'll see you all next time. So long.